Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. You have joined the Senate Finance Committee. Today is Wednesday, March 11th. We're going to hear 12 bills today. We're going to have 114 witnesses, I think. So I'm going to ask each of you, when it's your time to testify, on most bills, you'll have 2 minutes. On the last bill of the day, because there's more than 30 witnesses, each witness will have 1 minute. That's our rule if it's more than 30 witnesses. I have a bill order, but we can only stick to it if my members are not in other committees with their bills. We're going to start with Senator President Ferguson, Senate Bill 831. If you'd like to come and bring up your panel, Senator Christopher Cano, Donna Edwards, and Andrew Nicholas. And then we'll do Senate Bill 860, 539, 530, 731, 809, 900, 777, 857, 887, 804, and 886. So that's our hopeful bill order for today. So, Senate President, would you like to begin?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm so glad that the full Finance Committee is here today for the bill hearing. I'm just teasing. We have I know it's a busy day with everybody bouncing around to all the different places throughout the 13 days of the witching hour before crossover. So everyone is working really hard. Let me sort of set the stage of the context of this bill. Many of you all may know or not know that growing up, I was an only child and had a mother who worked for Amalgamated Transit Unions. She spent her career in the international office of ATU. And so my formative years as a child, when she would go to the international convention, she would have to memorize all of the different players from across the country and all of the union membership. And I would have to quiz her with flashcards as to who was from what local, what was their position. And she would memorize who each one was ahead of all of the conventions. I also spent some time in my formative years during the Greyhound bus strike, where I was a young child and my mom was having to fly out to Las Vegas and to Arizona to navigate what the International was trying to support the bus strike that was happening with Greyhound bus strike. These are indelled on my mind because I fundamentally come from a union family. I would not be where I am today were it not for the incredible benefits and workforce opportunities that were provided as a product of the Amalgamated Transit Union. So, therefore, what you have before you is a bill that seeks to protect this fundamental value of workers' rights in Maryland state law. The bill is addressing what we know to be the case. Many of us heard about Project 2025. We also heard that it was not going to be in place, except for now, all 317 objectives of Project 2025 are being meticulously tracked and pursued at the federal level. Two of those particular recommendations from the Project 2025, one is to reduce the power of the Department of Labor on hazard regulations that allowing more teenagers and workers to work in regulated jobs. In other words, to enhance and expand child labor. The second is to promote organizations that are employee organizations that bypass and are not a part of collective bargaining protections. These the employee involvement organizations, EIOs. So the bill that you have before you does several things. One, it protects, it increases the state penalties for violating child labor standards. It matches those penalties with federal child labor laws under the Fair Labor Standards Act. This is generally $11,000 for each violation and $50,000 if the violation occurs in death or serious injury to that child who is being in child labor. It establishes the Maryland Public Employees Relations Board, which you all have dealt with on quite a bit and have worked quite diligently on, that the PERB will stand in place in the case that Congress repeals the National Labor Relations Act, or if the federal government cedes jurisdiction to the states. So we would have a state-level labor protection board to replace in the case that there is activity to remove the NLRA from existence. Third, it would prohibit employers from forming EIOs that are not subject to National Labor Relations Act protections. And fourth, it prohibits a unit in the executive branch from petitioning or applying to the federal government for waivers under specified federal national labor standards. The objective here is that we know that organized labor is under attack across this country. We know here in Maryland that we stand with organized labor and with workers. And so what this bill does is try to bolster the support that we show in all of our industries for those who collectively bargain to build a better and stronger middle class in the state of Maryland. With that, I would love to hand it over, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, to this esteemed panel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Donna Edwards. I am the president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. I want to thank President Ferguson for working with us on amending this bill, and it comes to you with a great deal of detail, but it also comes to you with no confusion between the jurisdiction expressed in the NLRA and that's expressed in Maryland law. The time has come for this bill. Obviously, Senate Bill 831 recognizes the moment that we're in. And as the president said, there are a lot of threats. We are seeing this all over the country, threats on child labor. Younger and younger persons, 14 and 12, going into factories and meat packing, et cetera. We don't want that to happen in Maryland. We need to have a guardrail, and this establishes that. And across the country, we're seeing worker protections, and we're seeing federal relations weakened. And so instead of waiting for the moment for this to happen, you're creating the backstop and the protections that are most needed here in Maryland. And with that, I ask you to give a favorable report to Senate Bill 831 and commend the work that the president has done. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Andrew Nicholas on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association, here in support of Senate Bill 831 with one, I believe, friendly sponsor amendment. We support the goal of this legislation, codifying federal worker protections in state law, and really appreciate the Senate President and his office working with us on an amendment that will avoid what we think are any unintended consequences for Maryland hospitals. So as much as Senate Bill 831 prohibits employers from forming certain joint employer-employee workplace entities, we're concerned that this prohibition may inadvertently apply to some of the shared governance structures that hospitals have set up specifically for that purpose. And this is especially concerning given as much as 30% of Maryland hospitals have achieved the magnet status designation, and 4 additional hospitals have this Pathways to Excellence designation. And we know of as many as at least 10 hospitals that are planning to pursue those designations over the next 2 years. And those are designations that involve not only rigorous approval process to obtain, but require the establishment of shared governance structures that allow for staff and management engagement on workforce policies. And so this amendment would just simply clarify that the formation of those shared governance entities that align with the requirements necessary to achieve those designations or satisfy an accreditation requirement would not be impacted by this bill. And so with that, I will support the bill with that amendment and encourage a favorable report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Christopher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, for those who don't know me, my name is Christopher Cano. I'm the Director of Political and Legislative Affairs for the Service Employees International Union Local 500 here in the DMV. I just want to start by saying I'm a native Floridian, and for the past 6 years, I've had the honor to work up here with you fine folks. But I can tell you that back in my home state, everything that is happening around the assaults of working people that is moving through that legislature, this bill is endeavoring to cut off, because we know that it is a national agenda to attack working families in this nation right now. And thank you to the Senate President for this comprehensive and timely measure that will strengthen Maryland's commitment to its workers. At a moment when these federal labor protections are increasingly uncertain, this bill ensures Maryland does not retreat from its responsibility to uphold fairness, safety, and dignity in the workplace. Whether it's seeing more and more kids pressed into the workforce or pushed into unsafe working conditions and curbing that, or whether it's addressing these employer-dominated organizations that sometimes undermine collective bargaining, we want to ensure that the structures that are designed to bypass federal labor law protections don't happen, and that in Maryland, you all make the statement very clearly that you all support workers. And On the backdrop of the National Labor Relations Board being gutted, National Labor Relations Act under attack, this law will clearly grant the Public Employee Relations Board in Maryland the authority to step in and define the circumstances that are prudent and necessary to safeguard workers' rights. And finally, this bill's prohibition on state agencies seeking waivers from the Federal Labor Standards Act ensures that Maryland will not race to the bottom on its wages, overtime, or worker protections, that no public employer in this state should seek exemptions from laws designed to protect working people. So I urge a favorable report, and again, thank you, Senate President Ferguson, for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Senator Reedy, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions, and maybe it's to Senate President on this question. There's some testimony here, and I did, as I looked through the bill, concerned me. You're setting up PERB in a kind of an alternative labor relations scenario here. Are we able to supersede NLRB if NLRB is weighing in on a particular labor issue? I know if they were to get rid of it completely, I assume could, but what if they haven't, you may not like their ruling, but if it's still in there, can we, I thought it seems like there's federal precedent for.
Yeah,
for
so we
not
worked
doing that.
very closely. So there are amendments that are sponsor amendments that we've worked on with a number of organizations to address this issue of preemption and potential preemption. And so we are narrowing the scope, or defining the scope. I shouldn't say narrow. We're defining the scope of when the PERB would be in effect, which would be when the NLRB is eliminated, or when there is a ceding of jurisdiction entirely, which is different than if there is a conflict or if they are not acting on their own. So I believe we've addressed this issue of potential preemption by having it only when there is no NLRB in
Gotcha.
effect.
Yeah, because I mean, certainty for businesses operating in this space is important, as I know you know. The other question is sort of a separate thought here. I know the title of the bill about child labor sounds very exciting, but it's a bit sensational, and I understand that's the category of labor we're talking about. But as I understand, if you were to look at what they're doing at the Trump administration level on youth labor, I would call it more charitably, which I understand maybe some are not inclined to do, but I am. There is a desire to allow teenagers to engage further in the workforce like they did when I was younger. When you were younger, I was washing dishes and working in the kitchen when I was 14. And that may still be allowed. I don't know. But there's some jobs that there are jobs where you got to be 16 now. You got to be 16 to do all kinds of part-time jobs. So some of the changes at the federal level, my understanding, were to try to go back to a time when it was more clear that, no, 14, 15, 16-year-olds can work certain jobs. Obviously, we understand they don't want to be handling heavy machinery, but I guess my question to you is, are we going to undercut what the blueprint's aims are of getting more kids career ready, giving more kids job experience, if we go too harshly at this idea of child labor? None of us think an 11-year-old should be working in a coal mine, but we also, like I said, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. That would be my concern.
Yeah, I think this is really about the penalty of abuse when abuse occurs, and really getting it in line with where the federal penalties are. This would not inhibit or prohibit engagement of young people from exploring careers that may be in inherently dangerous industries. It does, though, when employers abuse those laws or do not follow the law, it enhances the penalty to match the federal standard to further disincentivize improper programs from operating. I don't know if, Don, if you had, was it?
We have carefully crafted this with several amendments to make sure that it does not preempt NLRA or the NLRB. As long as the NLRB even has one member, that is defined as being, they exist, even though they can't do their work. But we will not, as a state, be able to intercede even if they can't hear cases. It's only when they do not exist or they succeed. Now, when you go to child labor, of course, there are still even family-owned businesses where children go and they work. This is setting up the guidelines of abuse, protections. And even when we have all of the school apprenticeships, we have definitions of what is hazardous, what isn't, where you should be able to go, how much supervision you need, even, if we see that it's light hazard versus, heavy equipment, as you mentioned. But we've been very clear to clean this bill, so there is no preemption at the federal level. There have been other bills that were passed in other states that were challenged by the NLRB, and that has nothing in here. We have learned the lesson and know exactly how not to supersede what's already there.
Okay, and just on that point about youth labor, I mean, I guess to me the implication of the bill is somehow that the federal government is wiping away rules about kids working, and I just don't think that's an accurate
The federal
representation.
government is not, but state by state they are. And I can give you a list of those states.
Florida, Arkansas.
Thank you very much.
Et cetera.
Senator Hershey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Donna, if you just can continue on that, because the fiscal note talks about what the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act, how that's defined with respect to youth employment. 14 years of age for non-agricultural jobs, restricts the hours of youth under 16 may work, and prohibits youth under 18 from being employed by hazardous occupations. Does this bill change any of that?
No, it does not change any of that. It protects any possible guardrails that need to be put into that, but it does not change.
So what are the guardrails that would protect,
I'm gonna
or go
turn that
against
over to our
abuse
sponsor.
and the protections?
That'd be pages 4 and 5 of the bill, willfully and repeatedly employing a minor in violation of the subtitle. So this is a willful and repeated violation of child labor standards.
Okay. The fiscal note already also says that there was only 20 cases of this identified last year by the Department of Labor. Have we heard of anything more than that, or is that what the bill is aimed at, those 20 cases? Or
I mean, certainly 20 violations of child labor certainly is 20 too many. And so, I think the objective should be 0. That would be the ideal. We're talking about, and these are not just child labor hour standard. This is about hazardous conditions generally. These are inherently dangerous occupations that require significant supervision, and these are repeated violations.
so that's where we would really only see this take place, if it's hazardous conditions, dangerous conditions, and things like that nobody wants to see,
Right.
children participating in. Andrew, real quick, you mentioned avoiding unintended consequences, and we certainly like to take a look at that all the time when we're evaluating legislation. But tell me how that, again, is specific to the hospitals and the shared governance structures that you were talking about.
Sure, happy to. So in as much as the bill, it kind of aims at prohibiting forming certain kind of employer-employee engagement committees, which is, in the bill that discuss workplace conditions and other things. That's what shared governance, the structure is intended to do, is just that, to create forums for, management to engage with frontline staff, in our case, around workforce conditions, to seek feedback and allow staff to provide input to those policies. That's why they're formed, why they're structured. It's a big part of achieving the magnet designation. And so we just want to avoid an unintended consequence of inadvertently prohibiting the formation of those I think, positive committees under the bill.
But your proposed amendment would be specifically for hospitals then? Is that right?
Right.
Are there any other types of businesses that have any of these types of shared governance structures that would be affected by the bill, but you guys are kind of carving yourself out of it?
I'm not sure. I think that's a good question, though.
Okay.
Be looking
We can take a look. All right, well, thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for this panel or for our sponsor? I see no other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Andrew, we have Jane here.
I'm sorry. She was in a different committee.
That's okay, but we do have the amendment in Jane's testimony, so thank you. And then Grayson Wiggins is our only unfavorable.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Appreciate the sponsor's intent with the bill, and it does sound like there are some amendments to really slim it down. We have not had an opportunity to review those amendments, but our concerns are primarily begin on page 6 of the bill and run through the end. So I'll just run through those as quickly as possible here. So on page 6, lines 10 through 18, the bill seems to prohibit the creation of an employee advisory council and what is commonly referred to as meet and confer situations. The tailing provision of that prohibition on meet and confer on page 6, line 12, involves a prohibition on discussion of quality of work and efficiency. That seems to run afoul of the Electromation Incorporated case from the NLRB. That's NLRB 990 from 1992. Page 11, line 31, we see as a forum shopping provision. Page 10, line 15, that provision, page 10, line through 15, down through really the end of page 12, seems to be largely pulled from AB 88 in California, which was passed in 2025. It was then challenged immediately by the NLRB and was subject to a preliminary injunction very recently in the 6th district, the 6th federal district. Additionally, on page 12, line 26, we have concerns with the process that the bill outlines, specifically the language that would prohibit evidence from being served on a respondent. We would view that as effectively meaning an employee would not have or the employer would not have an opportunity to see the evidence in the situation or the case in front of them. And then on page 14, line 14, the bill as it currently sits allows PERB to rely on their own decisions or NLRB decisions. So effectively, the bill is establishing new civil penalties and then subjecting employers to those without a clear standard on which they should rely, whether it be a PERB decision or an NLRB decision. And so that's some of the reasons that we're concerned, but we would be happy to look at the amendments and work with the sponsor.
Grayson, I don't actually see your amendment recommendations in your testimony.
So we don't have amendments ourselves. We're just unfavorable. They mentioned amendments the proponents did, and so we'd be happy to look at those. That we haven't had a chance to see them as of yet. So my testimony is only as the bill as it was introduced.
Thank you. Senator Hershey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Grayson, I know this, what I'm going to ask is not your testimony, but it is from NFIB, and it mentions one more preemption, the Garmin preemption. Are you aware of that at all? Could you speak to that?
Yeah, so I think the Garmin preemption is what the court largely relied on in the Sixth Circuit on the California law. And basically what they're saying is that the California law effectively was, there was a preliminary injunction because the court found that the NLRB was very likely to prevail on the merits of the case. And the court does a really good job of walking through the difference and how express and implied cessation of authority is preempted under the Garmin case. So I think that's the authority that the court's relying on in the Sixth Circuit. And then what they did is they issued the preliminary injunction based on the language around whether or not the NLRB is implied or expressly seceding their authority to the states. And from there, the court effectively ruled that the NLRB was very likely to prevail on the merits of the case. And that case is still pending.
The case is pending. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony, Grayson. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 831. We'll now go to Senate Bill 860. Senator Zucker, you have a panel of Liz Woodward, Allison Siborowski, and Carol Linehart, I think. Linehart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the Senate Finance Committee. Madam Chair, I think this might be the last bill I have in Senate Finance for the session, so I might suspend the rules and put in maybe another 20, but you know, I don't want. But I'll just try to be brief because I know you have a long day. Senate Bill 860, we have an aging population, and that's increasing. The Department of Aging budget has remained pretty flat with federal funds. You're actually losing federal funds. So what this does is this creates a resiliency fund that the private sector and other people can invest in that would help toward Department of Aging's programs and partnerships. This is not unique, but I think for this agency, it can do a world of good, especially, you know, I think of my mother and other folks that are still young, but you know, we're all aging, and this is a good resource for to have in our toolbox. There are some amendments that are clarifying and change a little bit of the body of the bill, just in terms of what was already behind the intent of it. But I think this will really help. And again, this is not a mandate because it's really allowing the private sector to invest in this agency and that important population. So with that, I'll turn it over to the panel.
I can go next. So, good afternoon, Chair Beidle and members of the committee. My name is Liz Woodward. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Planning at the Maryland Department of Aging. I'm here to testify today in strong support of Senate Bill 860, Department of Aging Resilience Fund establishment with conforming amendments to match the House version. We thank Senator Zucker for partnering with us on this. As you've heard from us earlier in session, Maryland's aging population is growing rapidly. This population shift will require us to make significant changes in the years to come. And so this bill is really timely. It's part of setting up the necessary infrastructure for the department to be more effective in this changing landscape and to implement the Longevity Ready Maryland plan. As the fiscal note reflects, we can do this work associated completely with this fund with existing resources. Over the past 3 years, we've worked really hard to secure additional funding from federal grants and from national technical assistance awards that are funded by philanthropy groups. And we've also developed relationships with philanthropic organizations in Maryland with the goal of increasing our shared investment in older adults. So establishing this new special fund is going to give us a lot of flexibility in the years to come to accept and leverage outside funding from philanthropy or other funding sources, individual donors, large and small. So it really, as the Senator mentioned, adds a toolbox for our future. It also includes necessary guardrails so that future expenditures must align with the scope of the department's work as prescribed in statute. And to speak briefly on the amendments, we've requested to conform with the House version. They add protective language around the Aging Resilience Fund so that funds may not be supplanted or diverted. And there are new reporting requirements around funds received and spent from the fund. So with that, we request a favorable report with amendments on SB 860. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Allison, or you want to? Doesn't matter.
Sure, I'd be glad to go next. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Allison Sabrowski, here today on behalf of Leading Age Maryland, and we are here in strong support of Senate Bill 860. As you probably remember, Leading Age Maryland is a membership association, and we represent nonprofit aging services providers across the state, including continuing care retirement communities, nursing homes, assisted living, and affordable senior housing. The Maryland Department of Aging serves as a critical backbone for Maryland's aging network, and I don't think I have to tell this committee that there simply are not enough funds in the state for us to be able to do all of the things that we need to do to support our aging population. So this bill does take an important step toward ensuring that the mission of the department is sustainably funded. This structure would help to protect essential aging programs from year-to-year funding volatility and allows the department to invest in personnel, partnerships, and innovative services that strengthen Maryland's long-term care and community-based service infrastructure. So for these reasons, and you have our written testimony, I would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Carol Leinhardt, and I am the retired director of the Harford County Office on Aging, a past president of the Maryland Association of Area Agencies on Aging, and currently I serve and am speaking on behalf of the Maryland Senior Citizens Action Network, which is a coalition of organizations that works on behalf of the housing and care needs of low to moderate income seniors. And today, I bring you personal professional experience with a fund of this type. Harford County established through our Harford County Council the Harford Senior Emergency Fund, which was a non-lapsing fund, kind of unusual at the time, and it's over 25 years old. When I was at the Harford County Department of Aging, we had $63 in the fund. And we did fundraising over the years. Seniors would come to us and want to give a memorial contribution to remember somebody. We had local churches that wanted to give money. And when this money arrived in the Senior Emergency Fund, because it was non-lapsing, we were able, and we operated as the department is proposing to do, to handle all of the funding that came in with existing resources. We were able to tell donors that every dime that they gave to us was used for the purpose of the fund. And over the years, that $63 has grown to $115,000 today, and this is just our little government fund. And I can see big things for the Department of Aging because they have a statewide focus on this. So I'm saying to you that 25 years of experience with a fund like this has made a huge difference in meeting the needs of hundreds of Harford County seniors, and to be able to use money in this way. And to me, it's a smart way. It's not costing the state any money at all. Money is coming in, there's a place for it. The bill proposes that we use it for innovations, and I just would strongly hope that this would be supported by our legislature. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Madam Chair, can I add one thing very quickly?
No, of course you can.
Yes, ma'am. On that note, I just wanted to publicly thank Delegate Sarah Wallach for her leadership, as well as Senator Guile and Senator Kramer for co-sponsoring this piece of legislation.
Do I have any other questions? Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this establishes a fund, but I don't see a fiscal note. How much are you putting in there since your great position on the Budget and Taxation Committee?
Well, thank you for having that much faith in me. But again, this is not a mandate. This is allowing, and I'll yield to the department, but it's really allowing the partnership with the private sector and other partners to invest in this resiliency fund. If the governor wanted to invest in it, that's fine, but it's not to supplant any money that the agency currently gets.
Okay. So do you?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that.
So, okay, thank you for that. So do you believe the private sector would give money to the government for this purpose?
I mean, it's a couple things. One is, yeah, I think there's a will, especially when it comes to our aging population, but I think the story that you heard from, and the reality in Harford County speaks volumes in terms of what they thought they were going to get compared to what they actually received was in the 100,000s, and they put that to good use. So, you know, again, any amount of money that's above and beyond what we're doing, considering that the Department of Aging budget has remained pretty flat, and then there's been a federal rollback. But again, this goes to outside programs and partnerships.
Okay. Is there like a tax advantage for private sector to, I guess, donate? Is that considered like a donation in this fund?
Tax write-off, right?
Is it
That's true, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would probably qualify for, you know, the government would be a, you know, would have a certain tax status, so they can sure write it off if they're doing it from their business.
Yeah. Because that would be considered like a voluntary tax payment since it's going to government, something like that?
Well, I mean, I think it would be it depends on how they frame it, but a charitable, you know,
Charitable?
contribution.
Okay. I'm just curious.
So no,
if
Senator,
one
so
of
if
the
you're,
government-
no, if you want to invest, please, by all means.
Yeah. I'm just curious if someone donated money to the government, is government considered like a charitable, like a 501c3? I mean, with tax treatment. I haven't
funds, right?
thought about that before, donations to the government.
I mean, I can get back to you. I mean, it's all special funds, so that's
Special
yeah.
fund. Yeah.
There's a couple hundred of these already.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple hundred.
Yeah.
of these
Okay.
already.
Could the department get back to me with that to see how that would be treated?
Yeah, we can do that.
From a perspective, because I bet, you know, we would have to be ready to ask or deliver some kind of statement to any agency any corporation who might want to donate to the government. I mean, to see where they can actually prepare that on their statements. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions. That's going to end the hearing on Senate Bill 860.
Thank you.
Allison and Liz, stay where you are, because the next bill is Senate Bill 530, Aging in Place Programs. Our sponsor is Senator Heddleman, and we're going to add Sarah, Mikey, and Layla Riazi and Aram Abazi to the panel. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Finance Committee. Happy to be here with you today. I'm Shelley Hedelman, Senator from District 11, and I'm very pleased to follow on my B&T colleagues' footsteps. This is also in collaboration with Delegate Wallach. She has been doing quite a lot of work in this area. I'm happy to present to you today Senate Bill 530, which is a Village Multi-Generational Third Places Act. We know many older adults want to maintain the ability to stay in their own homes, and aging in place allows them that opportunity, and it also brings many challenges. They may experience loneliness and isolation, and there are lots of studies that indicate how that can have a negative impact on their mental and physical health. Social integration is crucial, a really crucial part of aging in place, but a lot of communities lack accessible space for older adults to congregate and connect. This bill addresses that issue by strengthening opportunities for social connection within already existing programs. Specifically, this bill allows the Department of Aging to make grants to nonprofit organizations and area agencies on aging to support social connections through events or gatherings at multi-generational third places. Third places are places in the community that one would go to gather that are outside of the home. Whether they can go play a sporting play cards, play a sporting event if they can, or watch a sporting event together without the logistical hassles of securing a space every time members want to get together. There is a concept called a village, and villages are community-based volunteer and membership organizations that help older adults to age in place safely, independently, and comfortably in their own communities. So this doesn't, again, create any new mandate or any program. It rather builds on an already existing aging in place grant program by allowing long and short-term rental or lease costs for third places to be eligible for aging in place grants. We believe that this is a meaningful and important step in helping our older adults, which are growing, in place with proper support and social connections. So I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 530. We'll let my colleagues here put some details on real villages that are in our communities and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Allison Saborowski here today on behalf of Leading Age Maryland in strong support of Senate Bill 530. This bill authorizes the Department of Aging to make grants to nonprofit organizations and area agencies on aging to support social connection for individuals in aging in place programs through events or gatherings at multi-generational third places. As a statewide association of nonprofit aging services providers, we're deeply committed to promoting the health, well-being, and independence of older adults. We believe that grants to support social connection, as proposed in Senate Bill 530, are a cost-effective, evidence-based strategy to strengthen aging in place. Many villages do face barriers in accessing affordable spaces where members can gather. We know that social connection and community gathering are key for supporting individuals aging in place, and multi-generational third places foster inclusion, social connection, reduce isolation, and create opportunities for connection across generations. So put simply, this bill just adds flexibility to the Aging in Place program, allowing villages to pursue short and long-term leases and rentals for these kinds of spaces. I'll yield the rest of my time to let others on the panel speak to this in more detail, but would urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 530. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon again. My name's Liz Woodward with the Maryland Department of Aging. So I'm here today to support Senate Bill 530, the Village Multi-Generational Third Places Act. Thank you, Senator Hedelman, for sponsoring this bill and for your support for villages. In statute, senior villages are defined as local, member-driven nonprofit organizations that support community members who choose to age in place by fostering social connection through activities and events and coordinating volunteer help at home using a neighbor helping neighbor model, and they're exempt from taxation under Section 501c3 of Internal Revenue Code. The village model is one we're really committed to at the Maryland Department of Aging. We want to see it grow in the coming years here in Maryland, and it's in great alignment with the Longevity Ready Maryland Plan implementation. Just a couple of examples of that work. The Department of Aging, in partnership with the Washington Area Village Exchange and Maryland nonprofits, provides technical assistance to Maryland villages. We fund villages through the Aging in Place grant, including 3 in this current year's cohort, and through the Miriam Kelty Aging and Senior Social Connection Hub and Spoke program. We work work closely with the Montgomery County Village Consortium. They've developed a strategic plan. They've launched coordinated services within the last year. So as mentioned, this bill would simply make an important clarification to the Department of Aging's Aging in Place statute, which is our primary funding mechanism for villages. This bill would confirm in statute that senior villages can use these funds more broadly for renting or leasing gathering space beyond sort of one-time specific activities. This really promotes more social connection. As you heard, it aligns with the Department of Aging's Longevity Ready Maryland plan. In partnership with you all and with Senator Hettleman and Delegate Wolick, we look forward to continuing to support the growth of villages in Maryland, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sarah Mirsky-Mickey. I'm the Deputy Director of the Baltimore Jewish Council, which represents the Associated Jewish Community Federation of Baltimore, all its agencies, including HI, in support of SB 530. HI is a community-based nonprofit agency located in Northwest Baltimore City and County. HI has over 4 decades of service, including 1,700 units of affordable housing, primarily serving older adults. Most older adults want to age in their homes, but we know that this increases the risk of isolation. Research shows that maintaining and building social connections is crucial for healthy aging. Engaging in social activities provides companionship, promotes an active lifestyle, and offers a sense of purpose, all of which contribute to an overall well-being and protects older adults against serious health risks such as heart disease, stroke, anxiety, depression, and dementia. In response to this understanding, HI launched Northwest Neighbors Connecting in 2013. Since then, NSC has operated as a village, a member-driven grassroots network that coordinates volunteer help, social engagement, and connection to services so older adults can remain in their homes. Regular classes include yoga, happiness group, art, calligraphy, book club, etc. HI also operates the largest nonprofit older adult community center in Baltimore, the Meyerberg Center. Many NNC activities take place at Meyerberg, which not only offers a space conducted to gatherings, but also partnerships and co-creating new programs together. This collaboration is a perfect example of the vision advanced by this bill, where connected groups of older adults gather in third-party spaces to support one another healthy and aging in the community. For these reasons, we ask for a favorable report of SB 530. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This is Erin Mabasi on behalf of the Baltimore County Department of Aging. I am here to support Bill 530, the Village Multi-Generational Third Places Act. Baltimore County is home to over 200,000 residents aged 60 and over, and that number is only growing, and that number is 1/4 of our population. As this number continues to grow, aging in place must mean more than just staying at home. It should mean that we're connected with our community. Research and my colleagues here have shared that social isolation and loneliness increases the risk of depression, cognitive decline, chronic diseases, and even premature death. For older adults, access to welcoming community gathering spaces can really make a huge difference in their health and well-being. In Baltimore County, we've seen the impact of these spaces through our Villages of Baltimore County initiative. These programs bring neighbors together through volunteer support, social activities, education, and intergenerational engagement. Many of these programs take place in libraries, faith-based organizations, community centers, and other shared spaces. The types of multi-generational third places recognized in this bill. These spaces allow older adults to stay active, share experience, and build meaningful relationships across generation. But many grassroots organizations face financial barriers when it comes to leasing or maintaining these gathering spaces. SB 530 provides flexibility by allowing grant funds to support operational and rental costs so these programs can continue to thrive. By investing in multi-generational third places, Maryland is investing in stronger, healthier communities where all ages can connect and thrive. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on SB 530. Thank you.
Thank you. One more?
Yes, thank you. My name is Layla Riazi. I am president of the board of directors of the Washington Area Villages Exchange. We work to support villages across the Maryland, Virginia, DC, and West Virginia. And there are over 80 villages across this area. Over the past 13 years, working with village organizations, as we've heard, neighbor-to-neighbor organizations, what we have found is how important these third spaces are to these organizations that operate on shoestring budgets, largely volunteer-based, to be able to have places to meet, places to run their organizations, places to bring older adults together, not only, as we say, to be in their homes, but to age well in community. And if we were to rethink and rename that, that's what we would be calling this rather than aging in place. To carry off of where my colleagues have spoken, 1 in 5 people in Maryland are over the age of 60. Over 75% of older adults in Maryland want to be able to age well in their homes, in their communities. They're not looking to stay trapped in their homes. They're looking to have agency in how they age, to make the decisions, to be able to gather, plan, and coordinate what it means to live well and age well. That's what we're here about today, and the Longevity Ready Maryland program really adds support to that effort, and we're very grateful for that. The other thing that I would want to stress here is the investment in growth and organization of villages in Maryland is critical not only to the success of Longevity Ready Maryland, but Senate Bill 530 recognizes that by investing in villages' access to multi-generational third spaces, Maryland can promote healthier aging, strengthen communities, and prevent more costly health and long-term care interventions for Marylanders. Thank you for receiving our support.
Much. Senator Olive.
Thank you, Senator Hellman, for this bill. Very timely bill. Ms. Woodard, representative of the agency, what type of amount of funds is available for these grants? If you can't give exact, just give a range.
Oh, well, in statute, the Aging in Place program is defined in statute as having $100,000, and that's what we get. In the past, we have been able to leverage additional funding sources that align with the purpose to expand that amount, but $100,000 is what we have in this current coming year, for example.
And 100,000, is that for a particular county or?
Right? No, $100,000 is the available funding for the state of Maryland. 20% of those funds, according to statute, are secured for villages. So that means $20,000 specifically for villages.
So what's defined as a village?
Say again?
What's defined as a village? You said 20,000.
The finance of a village?
No, what is defined as a village?
Oh, I have the definition, so that's part of my testimony. So we actually do define it within that statute. It is defined as a local, member-driven, nonprofit organization that supports community members who choose to age in place by fostering social connection through activities and events and coordinating volunteer help at home using Neighbor Helping Neighbor, and they're exempt from taxation by Section 501c3. So as you could hear, there's a couple different definitions. That's the one that we have in statute.
So on a practical matter, any organizations names come to your mind who fit that definition?
Yes, we have a lot of really fantastic organizations that fit that definition. You heard about one in testimony here, which is Northwest Neighbors Connecting, and there are many other ones. Let me see. We have 3 grantees right now that are villages. Homeports in Kent County, Yad Yehuda in Montgomery County, and Tamarack Triangle Village in Montgomery County. There's some 42 villages in Maryland. The majority of them are in Montgomery County, but there's a growing presence throughout the state. And you could hear some diversity just in our grantees themselves.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So 100,000 statewide with this large population, I mean, what's going on? I mean, it seems very kind of symbolic. Is there any plans to kind of grow this wonderful program?
Well, as we all know, we're in constrained fiscal times. So this bill does not speak to that. But I think if you looked at the last bill and this bill in combination, you could see there's real opportunity for the need for a fund to grow. And we've actually had a lot of conversation with philanthropy over the last couple of years and some success in saying, look, we're doing grants, you're doing grants. How can we make the reach of these activities go further, diversify, and fund more programs? And we were able to, there were 2 additional grantees funded in the previous year through that sort of partnership.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank
That
you.
ends the hearing on Senate Bill 530.
Thank you.
We're going to 731. Next, we're going to hear Senate Bill 731. It's Senator Mary Washington, but it'll be presented by Kara Madison, and your panel includes Lorna May Silcott.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and members of this committee. For the record, I am Kara Madison, Senator Mary Washington's Chief of Staff, and I am here to present Senate Bill 731 on her behalf. This bill is a technical correction, but what it makes possible is meaningful. It clarifies that the Maryland Statewide Independent Living Council is a tax-exempt body politic and corporate, thereby allowing the MSILC to operate with full financial autonomy and apply for grant funding on its own behalf. Federal law has long required each state to maintain a statewide independent living council, and Maryland established ours in 1993. But because the council has not been structured as a freestanding entity, it has had to route its finances and hiring through the Division of Rehabilitative Services. That arrangement limits the council's ability to manage its own resources and pursue additional funding opportunities that could expand its reach. The General Assembly attempted to address this in 2023 when HB 53 and SB 608 passed unanimously. However, in trying to implement that change, the Council discovered it needed the additional clarification provided in this bill to complete the transition. The majority of the Council's members are people living with disabilities. Giving them greater control over their organization's finances aligns with the core values of the independent living movement: autonomy, self-determination, and inclusion. Nearly half of the SILCs across the country have already made this structural change, and their programs are stronger for it. This bill has no fiscal impact on the state. It simply removes a structural barrier that has prevented the council from functioning as the independent entity it was always meant to be. Thank you for your consideration, and we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Kara. Lorna?
My turn?
Yes, your turn.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Lorna May Silcott, and I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Statewide Independent Living Council, the Maryland Silk. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 731. Context and mission: the Silk was established in executive order in 1993 and is mandated by the Federal Rehabilitation Act. Our mission is to ensure that Marylanders with disabilities have the resources, advocacy, and community support necessary to live independently. While we are an instrumentality of the state, our daily operations require a level of operations and administrative flexibility that allows us to work alongside our centers for independent living, often known as the CILS, to monitor and implement the state plan for independent living. The problem: legal ambiguity. Currently, our legal status in the Maryland Code contains a point of ambiguity. While we function as a nonprofit entity to meet federal requirements, the lack of explicit language defining the SILC as a tax-exempt body politic incorporate creates unnecessary and administrative hurdles. This ambiguity can complicate our ability to enter contracts, manage independent audits, and to secure the insurance and financial standing necessary to operate efficiently. The solution: Senate Bill 731 provides a straightforward technical clarification by defining the SILC as a tax-exempt body politic incorporate. This bill aligns our state legal status with our federal mandate and our practical operation needs. This is not a change in our mission or in our relationship with the state. Rather, it provides the legal certainty required for us to be more agile, physically responsible, and effective in serving our community. In conclusion, this bill ensures that the SILC can focus less on gray areas and more on its core mission, advancing the independence and rights of Marylanders with disabilities. I'd like to thank Senator Washington for her leadership on this technical and vital issue. And again, my name is Lorna May Silcutt, and I'm in here of support of SB 731. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to hear from Tiara Windman, and then we'll have questions. So, Tiara, you want to unmute and go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Tiara Windman. I am the Executive Director of the Independent Marylanders Achieving Growth Through Empowerment, the Image Center of Maryland. We support independent living for people with disabilities in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Harford County. I also serve as the Center for Independent Living Representative on the Maryland statewide Independent Living Council, the Maryland Silk. I am testifying before you today to provide information on SB 731 and the effect that it can have on the Maryland Silk and Sills and our ability to effectively support Marylanders with disabilities. The Maryland Silk performs a vital role in our state, working alongside Centers for Independent Living to ensure that Marylanders with disabilities have the resources to live autonomously and with dignity within their chosen community. The Maryland Silk supports regional centers with statewide initiatives. The problem is that the current allocation of the Maryland Silk leaves the legal status as ambiguous and does not make clear what is allowed under the current allocation. SB 731 provides essential clarification by defining the council as a tax-exempt body politic than corporate. While the council has existed since 1993, formalizing this legal status in Maryland Code ensures administrative efficiency by removing ambiguity regarding the council's ability to enter into contracts and manage its own corporate affairs, financial integrity by explicitly stating its tax-exempt status protects the funding meant for programs and advocacy rather than administrative overhead, and alignment with federal laws strengthens the council's standing as an instrumentality of the state as required by the Federal Rehabilitation Act. In my experience, the Maryland Silk plays an integral role in providing statewide initiatives to raise awareness for the independent living across Maryland. Redefining the council as a tax-exempt body politic will allow funding like grants, private foundations, corporate government entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel on this bill? Seeing no questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 731. And now we're going to do Senate Bill 809. Senator King is here to present. Senator, you have Kate Stein, Dorinda Adams, and Carol Leinhardt on your panel. Carol was here. I don't see her now. Yeah. Oh, here she comes.
Got to take it while you can get it, right?
That's right. Okay, Madam Chair and members of the committee, when my late husband Jim was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, I began a long journey where I learned firsthand the mental, physical, emotional, and financial toll of being a caregiver. And I'm sure that most everyone in this room has either been a caregiver or knows someone who is providing unpaid care for a family member or friend. Senate Bill 809, as amended, will require the University of Maryland, with assistance from the Department of Human Services, to study and make recommendations on the feasibility of establishing and operating a caregiver infrastructure program in which the program would provide universal monthly payments to caregivers for each dependent they care for. The bill recognizes the reality families across Maryland live with every day, that caregivers are holding our long-term care system together. This legislation is a necessary step in understanding the fiscal impacts of caregiving and how we can provide better support, and I respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 809.
Chair and members of the Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 809, supporting our caregiver infrastructure program feasibility study. My name is Kate Stein, and I'm here representing the Montgomery County Commission on Aging, where I serve as chair of the Public Policy Committee. Approximately 25% of Maryland adults are providing care to a family member or close friend at any given time. Many of us in this room, as the senator said, have served or will serve as unpaid caregivers for our loved ones, whether it's in support of a child with exceptional needs, a brother-in-law with traumatic brain injuries, an aging mother, or a spouse with dementia. Family and friend caregivers are the backbone of Maryland's system of long-term services and support. Maryland's family and friend caregivers contribute 710 million hours of unpaid care annually, or $12.5 billion in estimated economic value. Family and friend caregivers are a boon to the state and essential to the functioning of our communities and economy. And yet, individually and collectively, they are largely invisible, although they bear the costs of care physically, mentally, socially, and financially. And there's not enough money to shield any but the wealthiest among us from hardship and potential ruin. Public support is piecemeal and designed to kick in only after other resources have been exhausted. There are also costs and benefits to the state. Family caregivers take more sick days, cut back on hours, earn less, save less, spend less, and pay less in taxes, sometimes upend their careers and may leave the workforce under the burden of care. But while caregivers and those they care for may rely more on social safety net programs, nearly $44 in potential nursing home costs are avoided for every dollar spent on home and community-based services and supports. SB 809 will help us to better understand the aggregate costs and benefits of family and friends caregiving to the state, and will help lawmakers to design and implement policies that better recognize and support family caregivers for their unpaid essential labor. This feasibility study is an important first step in recognizing the essential role that all of us as caregivers play. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 809.
Who's next?
Dorinda, do you want to go?
Sure, I'll be happy to. Thank you, Chair Beidel and members of this committee, and a big shout out to my good friend, Senator Maltz, who was my father's senator, so there's a special connection there. And I want to say a special thank you to Senator King for SB 809. I'm Dorinda Adams, and I am a volunteer with AARP Maryland, also a retired state employee who worked on caregiving issues for the bulk of my career within the state of Maryland government. I want to bring to your attention part of my written testimony I submitted, the pilot that AARP Maryland is currently involved in, as that is part of my leadership as a member of the Executive Council at AARP Maryland. We are one of 4 states currently participating in a national pilot to strengthen and establish more support for family caregivers. And this is a unique opportunity and time for AARP and the feasibility study to be in alignment, because we need to develop an infrastructure for our family informal caregivers across this state. I want to leave with you one question. Who is going to be your caregiver when you need a caregiver? And do you want that individual, or hopefully individuals, to have the support that they need? We can do this together, the public and private sector in partnership. So I respectfully ask a favorable support of SB 809. Thank you for your time.
And good afternoon again. My name is Carol Leinhardt, and I am the retired director of the Harford County Office on Aging, a past president of the Maryland Association of Area Agencies on Aging, and currently co-chair the Maryland Senior Citizens Action Network, which works on the housing and care needs for low to moderate income seniors. I'm here, you've been hearing a bit about the landscape of caregiving and the issues that we have. Well, 1 in 4 adults in Maryland is providing caregiving, and about 29% of those provide what we call high-intensity caregiving, with 29% of those giving literally 24-hour care. And what this bill does is gives Maryland an opportunity to get our head around what it's going to take to support family caregivers. This feasibility study, I think, has just an opportunity for Maryland to really lead the way in working to support family caregivers. One of the things that I always talk about is the fact that to institutionalize someone in Maryland costs $133,500 a year, more than $11,000 a month. This is what the taxpayers are paying when someone is institutionalized. This study will give us an opportunity to look at how can we prevent institutionalized by supporting family caregivers. It gives you an idea of the magnitude of the money and the fact that we can lead on this issue, and I respectfully ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you all. Senator Mounts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you to Dorinda and for all your service to the state of Maryland and everything you've done, and to see you here today on behalf of AARP is just a wonderful thing. And I wish I could share with everybody all your experiences and the things that you've done. It's great to have you here. And I think the eyes of the Rural Life Museum are looking down on us smiling this afternoon. So God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Do I have any other questions or comments? Seeing no questions, that ends this panel. We have one more favorable, Sherry Bailey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sherry Bailey. We talk so much about caregiving, but I just want to quote something from Rosalind Carter, who talks about there's 4 people in this world, and it's those who are caregivers currently, those who will be caregivers, those who have been caregivers, and those who need caregiving at some point. And all of us are somewhere within that spectrum as we all sit here today. I sit here today within the spectrum of I'm a now caregiver. I'm also a founder of a local nonprofit called Layla's Gift, inspired by my daughter Layla, who lives with a rare syndrome. A little fun fact about Layla, she became Hopkins' first case study of a very rare syndrome called Jacobson syndrome 11 years ago. So I had twin girls. One of them I did not know would make it past 2 years old. I did not even know what the word caregiver was until about 5 years into my role as a mom and caregiver. There are 63 million caregivers in the US, and based on a recent AARP Maryland report, there are 1.2 million caregivers right here in our backyards. This is an incredibly important feasibility study because through my experience, I've learned that even as a global leader of a Fortune 500 company, I can't even afford caregiving. So I can't even imagine the individuals who are not afforded some of the opportunities that I was. I talked to many families through the nonprofit where they're making as much per year as it costs for one piece of adaptive equipment out of pocket. Me personally with my daughter, because she's feeding tube fed, she has therapies and a number of other medical complexities, which also accounts for caregiving. We often think it's caring for older individuals, but raising medically complex children also count. Her medical bills are upwards of $3,000 or $4,000 a month out of pocket. So for this, I respectfully urge the committee to consider a favorable report for Senate Bill 809. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. How old is your daughter now?
She's wonderful. She's 11 years old alongside her twin, nonverbal, has epilepsy and autism as well now, so she's my miracle baby, but she's inspired so much, and I'm happy to be sitting here in front of all of you today to express lived experience of someone that can say they have a miracle baby.
Thank you, Sherry, for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 809.
Thank you.
David? Okay, Senator Reedy, we're going to do Senate Bill 900, Labor and Employment, Non-Compete and Conflict of Interest Clauses.
And Madam Chair, I assume I can bring up my panelists as well?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry, Brian
okay.
O'Looney, thank you. Falling down on the job here.
No, that's all right.
Gotta get some better labor standards in this committee for the chair. You know, you need a 15-minute break. You need a 15-minute break, don't you? You get a 15. I think that's a rule, isn't it? Yeah. We don't get overtime pay. No. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you so much for having me here today for Senate Bill 900, which deals with the labor and employment article, non-compete and conflict of interest causes, and we're looking at the issue of employer relocation and the impact on particular sectors of the economy. Senate Bill 900 would add a provision of law establishing that certain non-compete and conflict of interest causes are to be considered null and void in an employment contract if the employers relocate the majority of their employees or principal place of business outside the state of Maryland. When an employer with more than 30 employees, most of whom are located in Maryland, ceases to maintain the majority of its workforce or principal place of business in the state during an employee's tenure, any non-compete or conflict of interest clause restricting that employee's ability to work in Maryland would become unenforceable. Senate Bill 900 would keep skilled workers and professional talent within Maryland's economy rather than forcing them to relocate or remain unemployed, prevents out-of-state entities from restricting Marylanders' workers' ability to pursue comparable employment or establish a competing local business. It encourages fair competition, supports small business and formation, and benefits consumers through increased choice and competitive pricing, particularly in the area of professional services. It strengthens workforce protection, but also promotes long-term economic growth and development in our state. HB 900 would advance Maryland's economic resilience by safeguarding workers and entrepreneurship. It would ensure that restrictive employment agreements cannot undermine our labor market here while an employer goes elsewhere with their principal place of business. There's been some very specific reasons I brought this bill. I have someone here to tell their story about the situation that's impacted them. I would request a favorable report on HB 900.
Madam Chair Beidle, members of the Finance Committee, my name is Brian Looney. I'm an architect with Ode Architects out of Baltimore, Maryland. I am here in support of SB 900. As you may know, Maryland's existing non-compete protections only apply to certain medical professionals, veterinarians, and individuals earning approximately $50,000 or less. This is a gap that is becoming a significant concern within the construction industry, where consolidation by out-of-state entities is constraining opportunities for local professionals and tradespeople, including the available contractor pool, particularly in the architecture, civil engineering, plumbing, and HVAC professions, and ultimately increasing the cost of building across the state. Many affected workers are also unable to speak publicly due to non-disclosure agreements layered on top of non-compete provisions. SB 900 would promote economic freedom for Maryland workers, reward employers who maintain jobs and operations within the state, and strengthen Maryland's innovation economy. The legislation helps retain skilled workers and professional talent within Maryland rather than forcing relocation or unemployment. It prevents out-of-state entities from restricting Maryland workers' ability to pursue comparable employment or establishing competing local businesses, encourages fair competition, and supports small business formation and benefits consumers through increased choice and competitive pricing. Importantly, the bill does not restrict Maryland-based employers from using reasonable non-compete agreements. Instead, it applies only in circumstances where out-of-state control limits the economic mobility and opportunity of those living, working, and investing in Maryland. In doing so, SB 900 strengthens workforce protections while promoting the long-term economic growth and positioning Maryland as a welcoming destination for entrepreneurs constrained by overly restrictive non-compete agreements elsewhere. In short, we ask you to protect Maryland employees when employers cease to be Maryland companies. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for the senator or for Mr. Looney? Seeing no questions, thank you. You have one unfavorable. Grayson Wiggins.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. First, I want to say, obviously, Maryland Chamber of Commerce supports Maryland businesses staying in Maryland. We don't read the bill the same way as saying that it would only apply when a Maryland company leaves the state, primarily because of the or provision on page 2, line 14. And so we think this bill actually sets up situations where an employer has 16 employees in Maryland and 15 in Pennsylvania. One of those Maryland employees quits or takes a new job somewhere else, and now all the non-compete clauses in their contracts are voided because the majority of their employees are not in the state anymore. We also think it would inhibit companies who want to branch out into Maryland, who may have a majority of their employees in another state, but they want to bring their operation here, but it wouldn't be a majority of their employees. And so for those reasons and a lot of the unintended negative consequences around this language, we're here in opposition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Do you have any questions? Of course, Senator Reedy.
Quick follow-up question. No, I understand kind of the point of view from the chamber, and obviously a lot of times we're on the same side of things, but the question about or otherwise ceases to have the majority, I get what you're saying about if you've got a company sort of straddling two state lines, and I don't think our intention or the intention of the people I worked with on this bill is to get in the way of that. Most businesses don't have non-competes. I mean, you don't have a lot, so it's certain types of businesses that will. If we had the ability to adjust the language so we don't have quite so much ambiguity on the or otherwise ceases to have, is that something we would be able to work on to make it better, or do you have additional objections?
I mean, I think I'm always happy to look at amendments. We already have restrictions on non-competes in place in Maryland. Time, place, and manner restrictions are already set up under common law. So there are already restrictions that employers have to abide by in addition to the current statute on the matter.
I think my concern with, and the point of the bill is, if a business, particularly a professional type organization with certain professional categories like engineers, architects, my witness mentioned some of those. If a company leaves Maryland and moves out of the state, and someone who is in a professional service like architecture, engineering, is not going to go with them, I don't think I'm concerned about the fairness of still having a non-compete for somebody who's staying behind the state when you're moving a whole business somewhere else. I mean, that's what we're trying to get at.
Yeah, I appreciate the perspective. I guess my question would be whether the individual filed a complaint against the non-compete based on the time, place, and manner restrictions. Because if a business left and there's no place of business left in the state, I presume that the time, place, and manner restriction would apply and would alleviate that individual from the non-compete.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for Grayson? No, thank you. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 900. Senator Chair Smith is here. He's going to come to the table on Senate Bill 539, Department of Social and Economic Mobility. Bring with him Anthony Featherstone, Grayson Wiggins, and Jake Whitaker. Senator, whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Your vice chair is down in JPR, so Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Distinguished Finance Committee, Senator Smith here to enter into the record Senate Bill 539. Madam Chair, the genesis of this bill actually came from a job fair that we hosted in my district in 2024, where we partnered with WorkSource Montgomery, the Greater Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce, and then the Chamber of Commerce for the state of Maryland, spearheaded by my friend here, Mr. Wiggins. And we had a job fair. We had brought together 25 employers and providers, connected hundreds of people, on-site employment opportunities happen. I personally know an individual, a constituent, and a friend of mine that had been unemployed since the pandemic, got a job that day. We had a number of Afghan refugees that are in my district that were connected with services, but also job opportunities and training opportunities as a result of this really great event that happened in our district because of our partnership up here. So what the bill does before you, Madam Chair, is it establishes a workforce opportunity grant program, which will be capitalized by $500,000 of state money appropriated annually. That money is to be managed by the treasurer, invested in the same manner as any other fund. The proceeds or the interest earned or any sort of gain accrued from that account would be reinvested into the fund. It's a non-lapsing allocation of money to help establish a fund that would partner with organizations like the ones you see before you to go out and create and replicate what we did in Silver Spring, which is job fairs across the state of Maryland, connecting Marylanders with opportunity. This is a particularly important piece of legislation. In this period of time, given, especially in the capital region, just our heavy dependence in Maryland on federal workforce, and obviously what's happened in recent months to our federal workforce. The fund will terminate on September 30th, 2031. The bill also requires an annual report to be sent to the governor and to the General Assembly, entailing how many fairs were conducted and how many, and the manner in which and the type of job employment opportunities our constituents were connected with. So you're going to have a high degree of oversight, not only in the allocation of money, but also the results in real time from the fund that's established. So with that, Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'd ask for a favorable report, and I'll stand by for questions as you like.
To go next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Anthony Featherstone, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director for WorkSource Montgomery and Montgomery County's Local Workforce Development Board. And today I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 539. In Montgomery County, as well as our region, we're experiencing a significant shift in our labor market. Essentially, it has shifted from a job seekers market that we saw throughout the pandemic to an employer's market today. As an example of this, national data released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics revealed that in December 2025, the number of unemployed job seekers exceeded the number of jobs for the first time since March of 2021. We see this shift demonstrated each and every day in our local American job centers through the stories of residents who are faced with the challenge of setting themselves apart among a sea of competitors, or employers telling us that they're receiving hundreds of applications for a single vacancy. This is where the value of job fairs come in. They allow job seekers the opportunity to gain direct access to employers, learn about opportunities, showcase their skills, and make personal connections. These are things that just can't be done through online applications. For businesses, job fairs offer an efficient way to meet a high volume of qualified candidates, which strengthens their talent pipeline, while also increases their brand awareness in their local community. For all these reasons, we have seen an uptick in the demand for job fairs over the past few years. These events have rapidly grown from smaller gatherings to large-scale, resource-intensive operations that require a lot of planning to be executed. In FY25 alone, our local workforce system helped approximately 3,000 residents connect to employment, and with over 40 job fairs coordinated in partnership with almost 600 of our local and statewide businesses, job fairs have definitely proved to be one of our most effective tools. And as the demand for workforce services continue to grow, Senate Bill 539 provides the type of support necessary for local workforce boards and our workforce partners across the state to meet the moment. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 539. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank Chair Smith for bringing the bill. I think he did a really good job of describing the event that we had in Silver Spring. We thank him for his partnership and his leadership in helping us stand that up. And I also want to thank WorkSource Montgomery. As he mentioned, we had over 25 employers who participated. When I came on board at the Maryland Chamber, the first thing I heard from employers was we need more workers. We need people to take these jobs. And so our initial thought was, hey, why don't we have a job fair? And to be very candid with you, we didn't know how successful it was going to be because the Chamber had never done anything like that before. We planned to be there for about 2 hours. I think we were there for 6 or 7. I mean, we had several hundred people from the community show up. There was same-day hiring, and it really became a special event. And I also want to thank United Therapeutics for letting us host it at their site. And so given, our access to employers, given some of our partners access to potential workers, we think it's a viable plan that we can repeat across the state. We also did one of these with U.S. Senator Alsobrooks in Prince George's County that was very successful. And so I think the idea behind this is to allocate a little bit of funding from the state to help us stand this up statewide and do this in different districts around the state. Additionally, I would just note that, and I understand that certainly the budget situation, but these types of affairs, I think, will be a solid return on investment because you get the additional income tax revenue that comes back from connecting people to employment. And so for that reason, for all those reasons, we're here in support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jake?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jake Whitaker, and on behalf of Maryland's hospitals and health system, we're in strong support of Senate Bill 539. And that's because, as you all know, we're currently navigating just a severe nationwide workforce crisis at hospitals. And while we do have a critical need for doctors and nurses, we do also have challenges hiring in support roles like imaging, environmental services, and dietitians. So we're in strong support of this bill because we had a lot of success finding qualified candidates at job fairs, including the one that Mr. Wiggins just mentioned a few minutes ago. And I think this will help fund job fairs that help kind of conduct that critical outreach and logistical support that we need to partner with community organizations and engage with new communities or individuals who might be interested in starting a career in healthcare. And as you all know, we do everything we can to support our workforce. Even at some of our hospitals, we do have programs in-house where folks can get trained and paid at the same time for new roles. And because we just know that like everyone can't just stop for 4 years and do school and to get a job. So this is kind of that bridge. But we need help finding those qualified candidates. So I think the job fairs kind of help bridge that gap and help get us folks into those programs. So for those reasons, we strongly support Senate Bill 539. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jake. Are you Brandon?
No, I'm not. I am Christopher Dews. I'm favorable with amendments signed up. I'm totally in support.
You are?
Yes.
Okay.
If you
No, you can go ahead. You're
By all
favorable
means,
amendment,
by
that's
all
fine.
means. So again, Christopher Dews of Dews and Associates. I'm actually here representing one of my clients, Reform Alliance, and this is actually with regards to a possible amendment that we know is under consideration with regards to the bill, and that is to channel the targeting of the job fairs to individuals who are students, apprentices, those from lower income communities, and those who are returning home from incarceration. From that perspective, the Reform Alliance is strongly in support, and we thank Senator Smith for sponsoring this piece of legislation. I'm just going to read the written statement. Reform Alliance is a national organization dedicated to transforming parole and probation systems throughout the United States, and as part of their commitment to improving these supervision systems, they recognize the critical role that employment plays in reducing recidivism and promoting long-term prosperity. As we know, the research consistently shows that stable employment is one of the strongest predictors of successful reentry, as when individuals return home and have legitimate career pathways, they are far more likely to remain crime-free, support their families, and contribute positively to their communities. For that reason, we're in strong support. We thank the sponsor again for this amendment and targeting those who are kind of really desperately in need of workforce supports. The last thing I wanted to just highlight is that employment is not just about income, as we all know. It is about stability, dignity, and accountability. By supporting this bill, Maryland can continue leading the way in smart, evidence-driven workforce and public safety policy. We respectfully urge a favorable report, and I also want to give a special thank you to the Chamber of Commerce for bringing this conversation to the reentry population as well. Thank you.
Do I have any questions for this panel? I have one question for you, Senator. Have you talked to our Senator of Budget and Tax about the $500,000?
I will do that directly. Yes,
Okay.
I will do that, yes.
We could do that for you. I just wondered if you'd had a conversation.
I have not, no, I have
Okay,
not.
thank you very much. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you very much. You have one more favorable amendment. It's Brandon Butler from the Maryland Workforce Association. So
Thank you very much.
Brandon's here. Thank you very much, Senator. And you let my vice chair come back pretty
I know.
quickly. I appreciate that.
High five in the hallway.
That's unusual, man.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Brandon Butler, Pinnacle Strategies on behalf of the Maryland Workforce Association. We are in support of this bill. We do believe that that job fairs are an important tool for workforce development. We do have a simple but very important amendment, however. As you know, Madam Chair, as a supporter of local workforce boards with the Anne Arundel Workforce Development Corporation, you have the statement from our president of the association, who is also the CEO and president of AAWDC, Kirkland Murray. As you know, that there are workforce boards are federally funded, and that federal fund is dwindling, and so bills or state appropriations are very important and very vital. And so what this amendment does is says that if an organization is a recipient of those funds, that they work with the Maryland Workforce Association, which is an association of those 13 local workforce, federally designated local workforce boards, to make sure that just as the example that was given of the Montgomery County job fair, that there is a system built around that job fair so that you don't go and, or so that this isn't a one-off, this isn't a, hey, wasn't that great, let's do it again next year. but you work with the local workforce board in that area so that the job seekers are attached then to the services that are provided by the local workforce board. As Portia Wu, Secretary of Labor, likes to say, the local workforce boards are the backbone of Maryland's workforce system, and so we do this work day in and day out. And so we're just asking for that connection of state funds with the federal funds that we already utilize, so that those job fairs and the investment from the state stretch even further. And so with the amendment, we ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Brandon. Do I have any questions for this witness? Seeing no questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 539. We are now going to go to, I see Senator Sollings here. We'll go to Senate Bill 777. Senator Solling, Brandon Butler is with you again, so he shouldn't have gone too far. Heather Powell and Anthony Featherstone.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, Finance Committee, Vice Chair. For the record, Senator John Ray Sounding, presenting Senate Bill 777. When a hospital closes or significantly reduces its workforce, the impact goes far beyond the employees themselves. The jobs lost affect their families, local businesses, and the entire community. Marylanders already have symptoms in place to help the workers and when they lose their job. However, the way some retraining funds are currently distributed can slow down how quickly help reaches workers at the local level. Senate bill helps address this. The bill directs the Maryland Department of Labor to provide funding from the Hospital Employees Retraining Fund to local workforce development boards when hospitals close or workforces reductions occur. By providing these resources directly to the local workforce system, communities can respond more quickly and connect displaced workers with retraining, apprenticeships, and new opportunities and jobs. I want to make it clear that this bill does not take away money from our hospitals or reduce support from the hospitals. It creates new problems or requires additional state funding. It doesn't do that. Hospitals are vital to our community, and the retraining fund exists because closures and layoffs can have serious impacts. This bill simply makes sure that those existing resources are used as effectively as possible. This legislation also strengthens and coordinates within the state's quick response program so that local workforce development boards are encouraged when major layoffs occur. In short, this bill helps ensure that when workers lose their jobs, our workforce systems can respond quickly. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I hope we can get a favorable report with Bill 777. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Heather Powell, and I serve as the local workforce director in Carroll County and Carroll County Workforce Development Board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 777 today. Local workforce development boards play a critical role in responding quickly to economic changes and supporting both employers and workers during periods of transition. In Carroll County and my partners across the state, we work directly with businesses, educational partners, and community organizations to provide job training, career services, apprenticeship, and rapid response assistance when industries face disruptions or workforce shortages. Senate Bill 777 strengthens Maryland's workforce system by ensuring local workforce boards are fully engaged in the planning and coordinating of workforce responses. Because our local workforce boards understand regional labor market needs, employer demands, and community challenges, we are uniquely positioned to deliver targeted solutions that help displaced workers reconnect to employment while supporting the economic stability of our areas. This legislation recognizes that workforce solutions are most effective when driven locally and coordinated collaboratively. By reinforcing partnerships and improving alignment between workforce programs and our economic development efforts, Senate Bill 777 will help communities respond more effectively to workforce challenges and better prepare Maryland's workforce for future opportunities. I thank you for your consideration and your continued support of this workforce development system. I respectfully urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Anthony Featherstone, and I serve as the Executive Director for WorkSource Montgomery and Montgomery County's local Workforce Development Board. I'm here today to testify in favor of Senate Bill 777. Through the inclusion of local workforce boards in Senate Bill 777, this strengthens Maryland's ability to deliver coordinated workforce solutions when workers and employers need us most. We know this well in Montgomery County, as we've experienced over 40 worker adjustment and retraining notifications or WARN notices and 5 federal reduction in force notices, RIFs, in 2025. This has tested our system's ability to respond adequately to meet the needs of impacted workers and businesses. And while I'm really proud of our response, we've learned many lessons on the value of timely and quality rapid response services. When layoffs occur, no matter the circumstance, rapid response services are essential to those impacted. Senate Bill 777 recognizes this by ensuring that local workforce boards receive dedicated resources to deploy these services quickly and effectively. For impacted employees, services are the difference between prolonged unemployment and a swift reemployment transition. Support is provided in the form of on-site unemployment insurance support through our partners at Maryland Department of Labor, job search workshops, retraining assistance, and direct job placement assistance. Ultimately, we ensure those impacted don't have to navigate the disruption alone. Most importantly, Senate Bill 777 would strengthen what our local workforce development boards do for each dislocation event, and that's coordinate with employers, training providers, and community partners to reduce the harm caused by the layoff situation. Lastly, we appreciate the apprenticeship component through the Action Program, allowing local workforce boards the ability to administer grants to hire and retrain first-year apprentices. This will represent a big step forward in furthering our local apprenticeship expansion efforts. By localizing these resources, local workforce boards will be better equipped to connect our residents to quality pathways within the trades. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 777. Thank you for your time.
And finally, Madam Chair, again, Brandon Butler, Pinnacle Strategies on behalf of the Maryland Workforce Association. Very simply put, the state resources that go into workforce development are precious, and there are few. The federal workforce, or the system that Maryland has, is just like every other state, in so much that there are 13 now local workforce boards in Maryland that are designated through the Federal Workforce Act. Those are federally funded, and that funding has over the years dwindled. So much so that dollars have to be stretched and systems have to be aligned. That's what this bill does. This bill allows for the workforce investments that the state has given and has provided through various pieces of targeted legislation, and ensures that local workforce boards have the ability to receive those funds, or they are dedicated resources so that these folks can continue to serve the job seekers and businesses that rely on them. You've heard the stories from Mr. Featherstone about the layoffs that Montgomery County has faced. You have heard the stories from Heather Powell regarding Carroll County and how those federal funding resources in local areas must be stretched in order to meet the demands of their local economies. And so what this bill again does is it goes through the labor and employment article, through the workforce development subsection, and goes through and says those investments that are in that subsection, let's allow the local workforce systems that are federally designated to have the state investments so that we can, again, stretch the state investments even further with the local workforce infrastructure that's already in your communities. And with that, we ask for favorable consideration.
Thank you. Okay, do I have any questions for this panel? Seeing no questions, thank you, Senator. This ends the hearing on Senate Bill 777.
Thank you.
Is Senator Wallstreicher? Senator Wallstreicher, you're next. Senate Bill 857, Labor and Employment. You have Kate Stein, Christopher Cano, David Wachtel, and Marley Weiss. And then we're going to add 2 people virtually to your panel, Elizabeth Anderson and Dorothy Manovich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I really appreciate your having me here today. You know, we've got a wonderful organization in Montgomery County called the Women's Democratic Club, and they were very kind to bring me this legislation. And let me just kind of set the table for why this bill is so necessary. Everyone in this committee and in my committee has seen over the past decade what everyone has seen, which is our politics have become more coarse. Everyone seems angry at everyone. And one of the consequences of this is you see a certain segment of the population on both ends of the political extremes that will weaponize routine civic speech to try to get people fired from their job. Someone sees something online that they don't like, they get angry about it, and then they start going to the employer of that person in an attempt to get that person separated from employment. And that has dire consequences for people when they lose their livelihood, can't pay for child care, medical care. And so we have to find a way to provide protections for people for routine civic activity so that they're not fearful that some online nut of any political persuasion will get them fired for their job because of something that they said. How do we know that a structure like Senate Bill 857 works? We know because we actually already have this here at the state level. So outside of the legislature, for regular executive branch state employees, they have certain First Amendment protections that they are granted. If they are off duty, their ability to express themselves on civic issues of the day is protected under state law. And we haven't had any issue with that here in Maryland. What Senate Bill 857 does is take those same protections in a moment of extremism in our country and provide those protections for everyone for their routine civic participation in everyday life. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to my witnesses and thank everyone here. I hope we can get a favorable vote on Senate Bill 857.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee, here now representing the Montgomery County Women's Democratic Club in strong support of SB 857. My name is Kate Stein, and I'm proud to lead advocacy for the club and for this bill. We believe that no one should have to choose between their job and engaging in legal civic activity when they are not at work, no matter their income or party affiliation. As people whose business is politics and who have chosen this arena and talk politics for a living on duty and off, we in this room may not realize the fear that most people feel in expressing their political convictions or in protesting. Those who work in other businesses or who, like me, came to this late know that some employers believe that they own you. If the roof over your head and your children's health insurance depends on staying home and keeping quiet, civic engagement is not really an option. Maybe your employer asks you to sign a statement that says they can fire you if your social media use is inappropriate. You know that they can fire you anyway, but the statement makes it way less likely that you'll do anything other than post AI dog videos. Maybe they encourage you to volunteer, but the charities that they approve of. I coached my middle kids' rec soccer team for years and had to get an outside activity approved by my business unit leaders. Working as a nonpartisan election judge in 2020 meant getting permission to take off work, refusing the nominal pay, sign-offs, a back and forth with corporate, all to stand masked behind plexiglass and print ballot tickets. These things are designed to make it difficult for you to participate. They're also designed to make you afraid. SB 857 will make it less scary for employees to participate in civic life when they're off the clock, and we need their voices in our democracy. The bill explicitly protects civic activity and lawful expression conducted outside of work by prohibiting employer retaliation and compelled political speech. There are common sense exceptions and a rebuttable presumption. When only those unafraid to get fired are the ones who get to participate, our society revolves around them and their needs. When corporate entities can speak but employees can't meaningfully participate, our democracy has become an abstraction. In the fervent belief that all of Maryland's citizens should be able to engage in their communities and in our democracy, we urge a favorable report on SB 857.
Madam Chair, I'm David Wachtell. I'm here in support of SB 857. I'm a Maryland resident and a bar member. I'm also a partner in the employment law group at my law firm. Our group does two things. We represent individual employees and we advise nonprofit employers on compliance. So I'm offering this testimony as both an employee's litigator and an employer's advisor. These are my own views, but my law firm supports them. A few years ago, I was quoted in an article called How to Agitate Politically Without Jeopardizing Your Job. The quotes they captured said that employees could consider participating in public political activities anonymously for their own protection, but that if they were identified, they might not have protection against firing. Those were bleak options. Animosity is not an equivalent alternative. People are most effective in civic life when they can participate openly, communicating with people that know them, showing their background, their qualifications, the reasons they have opinions. SB 857 will protect employees so they can participate fully and fearlessly in civic activities. It will give employees confidence that they can participate, deter employers from taking action against employees who do participate, and give employees who are fired a way to seek compensation. But SB 857 is also valuable because it will give employers clarity. As Senator Waldstreicher mentioned, early this year, particularly, we had calls from clients who were receiving pressure from outside in the middle of social media fights. SB 857 gives employer clarity about what they can and can't do in that situation, and the backbone to say that they, for example, would not be firing people because of civic participation. So as a compliance advisor also, I believe SB 857 is going to be a useful addition to Maryland law. And for these reasons, I urge its passage.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Marley Weiss. I'm a member of the faculty of University of Maryland Carey School of Law, but these views I'm expressing are my own, not those of the university or the university system. And I also wish to incorporate by reference the written testimony that was filed by Kate Andreas on behalf of 7 law professors, including myself as a signatory. First, let me reiterate something others have already said, which is how important this legislation is to continuing to foster and maintain democratic citizen participation in the state of Maryland in such a contentious and difficult environment as we currently are involved in. It's worth noting that, like most states in the United States, we are an employment at will jurisdiction. In the private sector, unless there is a collective bargaining agreement, which nowadays fewer than 6% of the labor force are unionized, employees are employees at will. The employer can fire them for any reason or no reason except those that are prohibited by law. And under Maryland law, employers basically can fire employees for all kinds of private, off-duty, expressive activities so long as it does not contravene a clear mandate of public policy. And even if it does, there are only tort damage remedies rather than getting the employee's job back. There is no clear mandate of public policy unless we adopt this bill that protects private sector employees' ability to engage in civic and political expressive activities, even when they are doing it outside of working time, off the employer's premises, and not using any of the employer's equipment or facilities in any way, shape, or form. So the goal of the bill is to create separation between work and private activity.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, SEIU Local 500 strongly supports this bill's protections against employer retaliation and coercion. The right to refuse employer-favored political activity, whether it's donations, endorsement, or compelled speech, is essential to true free speech. If speech is not free, if it is forced, then democracy is weakened, workers are pressured to conform to their employer's political agenda, and in the end of the day, what we are seeing is that too often workers are silenced through subtle and overt forms of employer pressure, whether that's coercive political activity, mandatory captive audience meetings, or retaliation for off-duty advocacy, or even blacklisting based off your beliefs or associations. We believe that this should have bipartisan support. We've seen it across the country, across the political spectrum, that people are attacked, that people are canceled, that people lose their livelihoods, all for expressing our basic First Amendment rights across social media the vast majority of the time. So we urge this committee to stand up for free speech, for democratic participation, and worker dignity by issuing a favorable report, and recognize that workers should not have to surrender their constitutional rights at the workplace door.
Okay, we have two virtual witnesses. Elizabeth, let's start with you if you'll unmute and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor of SB 857. I am a professor of philosophy and, by courtesy, professor of law at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. I'm a political philosopher and I study democracy and issues concerning workers, and employment. I want to pick up on some of the remarks of a previous witness regarding employers' stake in SB 857. An important feature of the law is that it would shield employers from public pressure to fire capable employees for their political views. One of the dangers of having a power is that outside forces can pressure the employer to exercise that power in ways they don't want. This can come from customers, from the general public, or even from the employer's own employees. SB 857, by tying the hands of employers, will protect them from undue pressure and also protect them from reputational damage for their employees' political speech or actions. It would quell divisive pressure from employees to fire coworkers whose views they don't like. Under this law, employers would retain the authority to regulate employee speech that's relevant to their job. Overall, this law would enable employers to focus on running their firm rather than having to waste their firm's time and attention on polarizing political controversies that divide their customer base and their employee workforce. I also want to stress that the people of Maryland have a strong interest in the law because a flourishing democracy depends on the freedom of people from all walks of life and different perspectives to freely speak their minds and not be coerced to say something they don't believe. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, please. Dorothy, can you unmute and give us your testimony?
Yes, I think that's me. So thank you so much, Chairwoman Vidal and the Senate Finance Committee for having me. So I am a postdoctoral researcher at the Harvard Kennedy School Civic Power Lab. Similar to others, I am here representing my views as a political scientist who studies political participation, not speaking on behalf of the Harvard Kennedy School. But so my work is all about what barriers exist to political participation. How do we encourage political participation, and what are the ways in which it is stifled? And a lot of the barriers are quite clear, and one of the strongest is fear of retaliatory job loss or of professional repercussions. So if Maryland is a state that values equal opportunity in political participation, I strongly encourage a favorable report of SB 857. Reiterating what others have said, no one should be afraid that exercising their rights and duties as a citizen of a democratic system may mean that they can't pay their bills next month. So in my doctoral work, I interviewed dozens of activists who were working on reproductive rights. Many of them reported that those least likely to speak out were those who were most afraid to lose their jobs. So in this work, one of the activists I spoke with was canvassing door to door for petition signatures, and canvassed a teacher who was really reluctant to sign on to the petition despite the fact that she was really supportive of the subject of the petition, because she was concerned that maybe somebody would see her name as a signatory and take it to her school and then try to get her fired for doing the most basic civic activity, which is signing on to a petition for an issue that she cared about. Others reported that they had friends or people in their community who were so afraid of the repercussions of publicly identifying with their own political views and their political party that they didn't register with their preferred party. So I urge the committee to report SB 857 favorably because we need these additional workplace protections to ensure full democratic participation in Maryland.
Thank you. So now we have questions for the panel. We'll start with Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to check on this. So this covers all employers, public, obviously, private.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes.
First, couple technical questions, maybe first. I noticed there's about 120 days in the bill. So if I am fired, if I as an employer let somebody go within 120 days of an act that can be construed as exercising their civic responsibilities or expressing a political opinion, what if how do you disprove that you didn't fire them for that reason? What's the mechanism for that? That's a long time, I think is my point. 120 days is a long time.
You would use the documentation that supported the termination. For example, if the person was just a poor performer, but their response was, it wasn't my performance, it's that I spoke on an election issue or something like that. You should have the documentation about the employee's performance that shows the reason why they were actually terminated.
Well, we're an at-will state, though, so I don't have to have documentation to let somebody go.
You don't have to, but it's prudent to do so, and I think that's what.
But now we're going to mandate it. With this.
Let me add to that. The issue of why an employer took an adverse employment action like firing a worker, reprimanding a worker, sending them to a workplace in outer Siberia comes up under a great many laws. Employment discrimination laws, retaliation laws, whistleblower laws. There are many, many laws. So it is routine for employer counsel to advise the employer to document the reasons why they are firing the worker.
I'm not suggesting it's not wise to document. I'm saying we're now making it to where if you don't document, you could be sued because somebody wrote a Facebook post 87 days ago, and they could say that's why I was fired because I put a picture of myself wearing a I'm with her hat or a MAGA hat or whatever.
So with all due respect, first of all, anyone with the money for a filing fee can sue anybody. So we know that that's possible no matter what's in the law. But it is the case that this only creates a presumption. And it's not just documentation. The employer can put their human resources official or whoever did the firing on the witness stand. And in fact, the case will probably get disposed of on summary judgment based on an undisputed affidavit that says the reason we fired this employee is they were a bad performer, they were absent from work too often, what have you. It doesn't require that they keep documentation, although I do think all but the very smallest employers do.
If, and I can ask maybe if somebody else, whoever wants to respond, but do we have some, I heard about some people who, we heard some stories about people who said they're afraid to sign a petition or they're afraid to register a certain way. And I hear that in my community. I hear it from people I hear a lot from both sides of sort of the wings of views, conservative, liberal, that they may feel intimidated to speak up about an issue because of where they live or perhaps the job that they have. That's a feeling. That is not necessarily a reality. So do we have, I don't know, is there some documented cases of people who've been fired in Maryland because they expressed a political opinion?
I have one in Washington, D.C. We've resolved it, so I can't get into the details.
Okay, we got one in Washington, D.C. Okay, but that's not Maryland, but there's one. Okay,
it's awfully close.
Were they a public employee or a private employee?
They were publicly funded employee of a 501c3 organization.
Okay. There's a lot here because this is really opening up sort of a brave new world. You're very broadly defining in the bill what constitutes, and let me quote it accurately, we're broadly defining what constitutes political activity. You have a long list of things: off-duty civic activity, lawful expression. But if I'm running a real estate brokerage and one of my agents, that may be a bad example because they're independent contractors, but if I'm running a company that is in sales and one of my agents posts, you know what, they had the right idea on January 6th. I support the J6 protesters. And I say, that's not good for my business. I'm firing you. This bill would protect that expression, correct?
I'm trying to find the provision because there is a specific provision that attempts to address. Yes, so it's 3-1902. Here we go, 3-1902A lets an employer assert an exception if they're able to show that the employee's conduct materially and demonstrably prevents the employee from performing bona fide job duties. We'll skip them up for the moment, the confidential material or trade secrets, or constitutes harassment, threat, violence,
That
and
doesn't,
so on.
me having an opinion that there were somebody having an opinion there were legitimate questions on the 2020 election, or on the other end, somebody having the opinion that, you know, we have a lot of systemic racism in the country, and it was right that people protested even when they sometimes looted in 2020 and go either direction. And I expressed that. That doesn't keep me from cold calling and making sales, right?
Well, maybe. It obviously, it depends on the circumstances, because the situation you're positing might, in fact, interfere with the ability to get listings or perform the real estate
Yeah, but now
business.
I, as an employer, have to show that in some demonstrable way when that's clearly a problem for a public face. If you have somebody being, and most people aren't going to fire a good employee for one expression of some sort of untoward political thing, but when you start talking about saying people can, in a private business, can't make decisions about employees based on their opinions about things that they're expressing in a public forum, you start to have a problem where you draw the line.
So I'm back at I mean, I think this is really a public policy decision that this committee will have to make, and hopefully they will, in fact, favorably report the bill. But you have to make a balancing decision about, are citizens able to express their views when they have made it clear that their views are theirs, not the employer's, not intended to reflect on the employer? And do we want people to be freely able to fully participate in a democratic society, lest they otherwise have to muzzle themselves out of fear that their employer will fire them? And a part of the problem is that not only is there the issue of the employer actually will fire them, but the employee is likely to back off and to self-censor out of concern, even when the risk that the employer will take that kind of action is smaller and smaller. So I think I don't think your point is off base. I think it's important to take into account in policy decisions.
Thank you for your answer. I think that it's interesting because our side on the Republican side felt a lot of issues with self-censoring in the last few years, and now it's sort of coming around. I think it's important, no matter which side of the political debate you're on, you have to be very careful about, we don't want to limit free speech, but we also have to, the employer's entitled to freedom of expression and speech too. So thank you. Good discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand the intent of the bill, but I just had some questions about the bill and a little bit about how the bill kind of works. But Section 3-1904, which kind of lays out what the bill proposes that an employer may not do. And it says, take an adverse action against an employee because the employee engages in political activity, civil activity, or lawful expression. Well, what is that? Because
So I believe there is a definition in an earlier section of the bill, Section 3-1901. So there is both a definition of what is political activity and civic activity. There's also a provision, if I'm not mistaken, about what an adverse action is.
well, I'm just thinking about what do you mean by lawful expression? So, because like most with social media, most businesses have policies about employees and social media, what can go on social media. And some of those may be lawful expression. The famous one is this place, if a worker say they had a bad day at work and they go home and they just mentally release on social media and say things about their day at work. And, You know, that's why those businesses have those policies. They want to deal with things not in social media, but, you know, individually, you know. So how is that not lawful expression when someone has something they want to say? How is that not lawful expression?
Obviously, it depends on the nature and the extent of the expression. So I don't want to totally go down this rabbit hole of hypotheticals.
Well, I'll give you a specific.
Certainly,
let me give you a specific. I had a bad day at work. You know that song, Take This Job and Shove It? So you have a take this job and shove it kind of day. And you go home and you talk about your job and say this and end it with this place sucks, right? And the business is like, we understand, you know, there are problems at work. However, we have a policy about social media and taking your work to your social media. Your work belongs in your work and your social media is your social media. And the policy is you can't take your work into your social media. I read this to say that would prohibit that type of policy. Do you agree with me or not?
So I would defer to the senator. He might have a stronger view on that.
I would just say that if the post is made and does not reference the employer and there's no way to identify the employee as a member of that organization other than,
That's not my question. My question is if I go on social media
Right.
and do, you know, this place sucks and take this job and shove it and all that, and that's explicitly prohibited based on the terms of employment, but those comments would be lawful expression. I don't know
think
why
that
they wouldn't
depends
be,
on
right?
whether they're defamatory, which also depends on the extent to which they're true.
Okay, well, I just wanted to bring that point up about the bill. And then the damages section, where it says triple salary damages plus a year's salary. Did I read that correctly? Can you just talk about maybe the sponsor or one person on the panel just go through the damages and how they work? Could you just explain those for us?
You can do it.
Okay. So there's reinstatement, back pay, front pay, compensatory damages, treble damages, punitive damages. I think the section you're referring to is above that. If an employer is found to have discharged an employee in violation of the subtitle, the court shall award the employee a minimum of 3 times lost wages plus 1 year of wages. And then there's another section that says for the first year, mitigation, a second job, doesn't reduce that. So I think what that does, we sometimes see a situation where a person has a valid case. They've been discriminated against, retaliated against for whistleblowing, something that's legally protected. And the case isn't worth much from a wage point of view because they found a job fairly quickly and the wage loss is small. So I think what this does, it sets up a situation where if an employee is right and they've been retaliated against for some kind of civic activity, they're going to have a claim that's worth something. So I would say it's a stronger remedy than you see in some of the other laws, but I think what it does is avoids a situation where someone has no effective claim because through their own efforts, they went out and got a job soon.
Yeah,
I might
the way
add
I
a
read it,
point.
it says if an employee is found to have discharged, if an employer is found to have discharged an employee in violation of this subtitle, the court shall award the employee a minimum 3 times lost wages plus 1 year of wages. I
So
want to make sure
let's-
that's correct.
I think that is really closely designed to protect the ability to participate politically and democratically of low-wage workers, particularly in a labor market where there are lots of jobs. Because if a worker finds a job right away, normally, they've mitigated their damages and they have no ability to recover. And so
But we agree, those are the provisions. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. And then I guess the one other question I had is, in what other instances do we create a standard where we liberally construe certification in the situation of class actions? Where else do we do that in Maryland law?
I'm not sure I've seen anywhere else, but I understand the reason to do it here, which is that this is the kind of case that's likely to be brought by low-wage workers who otherwise lack representation and where the value of their claims is too low.
That's all. It was just a real simple question is where else do we do it? And the answer, I believe,
don't
is
know
nowhere.
anywhere else.
So thank you for answering my questions.
I actually have a question. In 31901, H5, you list online political communications. And so someone that is harassing, say, an elected official, harassing, using bad language, nothing can be done for them as far as their job, that appears they're representing their employer because you know who they work for? I've seen some cases where people just make some outrageous statements online and it just continues.
So,
And
You're
so that's,
in H5, but I think there is a carve-out for harassing behavior somewhere else that I've got highlighted here.
it's 31902.
you know, as elected officials, we can't sue somebody for defamation. And so this just
so
says this can continue.
Yeah, but this is, I think that you're referring to an exception to all of this protected conduct. There's a list of exceptions, including violence and harassment.
Yeah, the violence and harassment wouldn't be civic activity by definition.
Lawful conduct, it's a little choppy, but let me go. Lawful expression includes assembly, association, contribution, speech, symbolic conduct, and conduct listed under items 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 of this subsection, which makes it sound like it's lawful.
Right, but if you look at 3-1902, it specifically does not apply with respect to conduct that, and number 3 is constitutes unlawful harassment, threats, or violence. And then there's some other carve-outs: statutory confidentiality, professional responsibility obligations, materially and demonstrably prevents the employee from performing bona fide job duties, reveals trade secrets or proprietary information. So there are specific carve-outs for that very reason.
I think we have just let people on the loose with social media, and I'm not real pleased about that. Do I have any other questions for this panel? Thank you. That we have a couple favorable with amendment and unfavorable, so that ends this panel. Let's go to Bill George from Maryland Municipal League, favorable with amendment.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Bill George with the Maryland Municipal League today, supporting the bill with amendment. I just want to talk briefly about kind of where our concerns with the bill lie, and it's with the potential for unintended consequences that would degrade the public trust in local governments. Let me give an example. If you have a bank teller whose job is to fulfill the obligations of the bank and work within their policies, if they were to go out and campaign or fundraise for a political candidate, it is very unlikely that that political candidate will become the branch manager. Now let's talk about a city manager. A city manager is there to execute the wishes of the governing body of the local government and work within the policies. If that city manager were to go out and campaign for a mayoral candidate, that candidate may become their next supervisor. That mayor candidate may be their current supervisor. This creates an inherent conflict that would, in our opinion, kind of degrade the public trust in what's going on with your local government. We have these situations where employees and elected officials are working side by side, hand in glove, to execute the responsibilities that they've been that are falling on their shoulders for the benefits of their constituency, and we think that there's an opportunity for conflict. So that being said, some of the exceptions that were discussed, they don't seem to kind of capture what we're looking for. We're really looking at instances where the employee is doing these political activities that impact their employer. And some of those are covered in the definitions, but we don't think that they are covered by some of the exceptions. So our amendment, as you'll see in our testimony, and I spoke with my counterpart at MACO shortly before this, she's tied up in another committee, that MACO's on board with our amendment, and that is to simply exempt local governments from the provisions of the bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. George? I don't see anything. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you,
and
Chair.
your amendment. Grayson Wiggins, unfavorable from the chamber. Grayson, you're busy today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. You have a written testimony that discusses our concerns with the damages provisions and the class action language in the bill. So I'll just be brief. I'll just say this. What is lawful expression is a very, very broad umbrella. And I don't think the exceptions in the bill, to your point, Madam Chair, do anywhere close to a good enough job of adding protections to the bill. And I think, one of the proponents actually, I think, spelled this out really well, which is the concept behind this bill seems to be we're going to allow this broad umbrella to apply. And then as one of the proponents quoted, saying, we're going to tie businesses' hands and we're going to ask them to effectively say there's nothing they can do because the Maryland General Assembly says there's nothing we can do. I don't think that's good public policy. I think there are definitely situations where someone posts abhorrent views on Twitter or Facebook that causes public uproar, and an employer needs the option to take action. And so for those reasons, we're opposed to the bill.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for Grayson? We've got fewer and fewer people here. They're all out testifying in other committees. Thank you, Grayson. We have one virtual, David Keating, Institute for Free Speech, and he's going to give us some information. David, you want to unmute and give us your testimony?
Okay, I hope you can hear me now.
We can hear you just fine.
David Keating, President of the Institute for Free Speech, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'm here for informational purposes. Our group does not have a position on this bill. So clearly it promotes First Amendment values, a culture of free speech, and that sort of thing, and I think that's honorable. But I did want to point out that I think there are serious constitutional problems with it as drafted, although I think these can be solved with careful drafting. Most generally, I think what you need are exemptions for organizations that are promoting a cause or have as their major purpose expressive activities. For example, churches and other religious organizations, candidates for public office, political committees, advocacy groups such as gun control or pro-life groups, unions and trade associations, as well as the news media. To give just one example, it's very common in news media outlets such as the Washington Post or the Baltimore Sun. I'm not saying they have policies, but many news organizations prohibit their employees from making contributions to candidates because they want to have a reputation for objective journalism. So I think the bill needs to recognize that, say, a church would not want an employee out there on social media, someone that's in a position of responsibility, with what the church stands for, taking a different approach publicly. I just think you need to exempt organizations that are brought together to promote some sort of cause and things of that nature. There are other issues I see with the bill, such as disparagement. I don't see why there's a public purpose in allowing an employee to defame a competitor or even defame the current employer. There's nothing in the bill giving an exemption on defamation, nothing about barring disparagement of the company. Now, if an employee's taking a whistleblowing function, warning people about illegal, unethical practices or practices that threaten the public health or welfare, obviously they should be able to do that. But just plain old disparagement, I think, is a problem, probably. So there are some other technical things, but I think those are the key ones that I see in the bill. And I think to avoid problems later on, it's something the committee or others who are supporting this should try to address.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do I have any questions for Mr. Keating? Seeing no questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 857. Are we doing Senator Lamb? Okay, Senator Lamb. Senate Bill 887, you're going to bring, it's labor and employment greenhouse workers. You're going to bring up Brian Hernandez, Daryl Smith, Marwa Sadiske, Trent Leon Learman, and Maria Hernandez.
panel is coming up as we speak, so happy to present SB 887. So thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12. This is a bill on labor and employment, specifically for greenhouse workers and collective bargaining, as well as heat protection. This bill gives equality in collective bargaining rights to greenhouse workers who are excluded from the National Labor Relations Act. These workers are predominantly agricultural workers who cultivate plants, typically in greenhouses or other temperature-controlled facilities. While the type of work that they do is agriculturally oriented, it is functionally the same as work that a warehouse worker might do as well. Warehouse workers, as this committee is aware, unlike greenhouse workers, are protected in their right to collectively bargain. This bill gives greenhouse workers the same protection as other National Labor Relations Act protected workers, but under state law rather than federal. There are 14 other states that guarantee collective bargaining rights for agricultural workers, both in red and blue states. This bill includes a mandate that employees working in a greenhouse get a 5-minute break every hour when the temperature in the greenhouse is above 90 degrees. The goal of this provision is to ensure safety in potentially hazardous conditions that they may be working in. We have also put in an amendment that would give the local Public Employee Relations Board the power to enforce this bill, as well as other technical clarifications are in the amendments as well. This should bring down the bill's fiscal note significantly into a much more manageable range. Agricultural workers, and this is history here for folks, why agricultural workers have not had this ability to collectively bargain up to this point. They were left out of the National Labor Relations Act because at the time, this is early in the 20th century, in the early 1900s, most agricultural workers were African American. And that racial decision continues to leave these workers without the right to collectively bargain. This bill is a small step to take to help protect these workers' rights. That is the bill. I'm happy to turn over to other members of the panel and then to take questions at the end. But basically, this is to allow greenhouse workers who have not had the ability to collectively bargain, the ability to do so under state law. Ask the committee for a favorable report, and we'll turn to other members of the panel.
Greetings, Senators. Thanks, Senator Lamb. Also, Senator McCrae for introducing the urgently needed legislation. My name is Trent Leon Learman, and I'm a union and a community organizer. As Senator Lamb mentioned a little bit about the history, in 1935, when the National Labor Relations Act was passed, thousands joined unions. Also, many were still excluded. Greenhouses are an example, an unintended consequence of that. Despite industrial greenhouses largely differing from traditional agriculture, the work is not seasonal. They work year-round. And also, they are in urban settings, oftentimes. They still have no protections. In one industrial greenhouse here in Maryland, you're going to hear from workers about how the pay is low and the work is hard, how the treatment is demeaning and the recognition for hard work is non-existent, how they feel like robots because of computer screens tracking their line speed, or how they're sent home early with less pay after working faster. Greenhouse workers are not even protected for any type of concerted protected activity, so they can be fired for asking for a raise. You're going to hear from a worker today that happened to just 2 weeks ago. This after workers got 10-cent raises or a 1-cent raise or no raise at all. So some of them have been working there for more than 5 years. You will hear from these workers, and not only can they not form a union, but they're not even protected from concerted protected activity, as I mentioned. This legislation would change both of those things. It would allow these workers to have the most basic rights that all other private sector employees have. This is not going to be huge numbers of workers in Maryland. We're talking about a universe of hundreds. And I ask that, yes, the fiscal cost is basically zero when it gets moved over to the Public Employee Relations Board. Please expeditiously pass this bill, SB 887. Happy to answer any questions. Lee, if you want to go next, and then just for you all to know, we're going to have to interpret 2 of them, so if we could get just a little extra time when we do that. Yeah.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Erika.
Trabajo en una planta de empaque como asistente de empaque. Llevo 1 año y 2 meses trabajando en la compañía. Mi trabajo consiste en poner los stickers en los platos y en las cajas, colocar los platos dentro de las cajas y organizar las cajas en los palets. Sin embargo, muchas veces una sola persona está haciendo el trabajo de 3 a 4 personas, lo cual hace que el trabajo sea muy pesado y agotador.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica. I work in a packing plant inside the greenhouse as a production assistant. I have worked there for 1 year and 2 months. My job consists of putting label stickers on plastic containers that contain greens and then organizing these containers in larger boxes and then putting those boxes, arranging them on pallets. A lot of times one person will be tasked to do the work of 3 or 4 workers, which makes the job very demanding and very exhausting.
Estoy aquí para que nos ayuden a mejorar los salarios y también organizar mejor las funciones de cada área, para que cada trabajador tenga una responsabilidad clara en el trabajo y el trabajo sea más justo.
I am here because we need your help to improve our salaries and working conditions for all the teams at this greenhouse. This way, workers aren't overburdened and the workplace is more just.
Hace poco tuve una semana completa con una muela muy inflamada, tenía el cachete hinchado y mucho dolor. Durante esos días casi no podía comer, solo podía tomar agua y aún así tuve que seguir trabajando porque no me aprobaban los días de PTO ni de enfermedad.
Just recently, I experienced a week of very intense molar pain. My face was swollen, I could hardly eat, and I was only able to drink water. In this state, I had to keep working because my supervisor refused to approve my sick leave or my PTO.
Esa situación fue muy frustrante para mí. Incluso algunos supervisores han dicho a compañeros que a ellos no les importa y que simplemente sigamos trabajando. Por esta razón decidí unirme a la lucha con la Unión para que se hagan respetar y se hagan valorar los derechos de los trabajadores.
This was a really frustrating situation, and in fact, other supervisors have told my coworkers that their life circumstances or their ailments don't matter to them. That's why I joined the fight to start a union, so that workers' rights would be respected and given legitimacy.
Ya es hora de que las leyes cambien para proteger mejor a los trabajadores, especialmente a los agrícolas y a los de planta, donde muchos somos latinos y afrodescendientes. Mi esperanza es que esta ley se apruebe y que mejore la situación para todos nosotros los trabajadores. Gracias.
It is time for the law to change to protect workers, especially agricultural workers, many of whom are Black and Hispanic. My hope is that this law is passed and our situation as workers can improve. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Woo Kee. I've been a Maryland resident for almost 4 years now. And for the last 14 months, I've worked in an industrial greenhouse where workers are seeding, transplanting, harvesting, packaging, and then distributing greens to high-end grocery stores. Any kind of agricultural work is going to be, physically challenging, but in a greenhouse, it can get 10 to 15 degrees hotter than outside temperatures. At our job, we're under the time constraints of a very demanding production schedule, so our breaks are limited. And we're also at the whim of managers who always want the work done faster. So all in all, greenhouse jobs are physically and mentally taxing. The workforce is overwhelmingly non-English speaking immigrants, and as their coworker, I have seen them meet but also exceed production goals. So I just want to emphasize agriculture isn't just a job. It's a form of subsistence that workers take a lot of pride in. Despite our hard work in a very demanding workplace, my coworkers and I were offered 10-cent raises. Even the folks who have been employed there for the last 5 or 6 years didn't have any kind of avenue for promotion or receiving a raise. That means in the 6 years they had gotten less than $1 in total raises. We decided to come together in the form of a petition, which is a form of collective action that most workers in Maryland have the right to. Not us. The company retaliated and fired me, another worker, and they wrote up 3 others. They took full advantage of the hole that exists in this law, and they punished us with impunity. All workers, even those who work in greenhouses, should have the right to improve their jobs and in turn their lives. Please vote in favor of Bill 887 to grant greenhouse workers this basic right. Thank you.
Saludos, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Brian y trabajo en un invernadero y mi puesto es Harvest Lead. Tengo 1 año y medio trabajando ahí y entreno a los nuevos trabajadores, por ejemplo, no por palabra. Quito la planta de la tierra, incluyendo la lechuga y beso, y los pongo en los bines. Y luego los muevo al área de empaque. Tenemos un bajo sueldo, tenemos maltrato, acoso y explotación.
Greetings, Senator. My name is Brian, and I work in a greenhouse where my job is a harvest lead. I've been working there for 1.5 years. I train new workers by my example, not by my word. I take the plants out of the ground, put them in bins, and then moving them to the pack house. We have a very low wage, mistreatment, assault, and exploitation.
Los supervisores vienen a nosotros a veces y nos dicen que apúrense y a gritarnos. Cuando estamos faltando personas, tenemos que hacer los mismos trabajos. Quisiera luchar para la unión para que no haya explotación y mejor sueldo. Acabo de recibir un aumento de 10 centavos. Soy uno de los 3 líderes de la fábrica y solamente gano $18.10. Cuando a una persona a ellos no les agrada, pues lo despiden sin justificación.
The supervisor always telling us, go faster. They yell at us. When we are missing people at work, we still have to complete the same amount of work without them. I'm fighting for the union so we can end the exploitation and have a livable wage. I just received my yearly raise of 10 cents. I'm only one of only 3 leads in the whole plant, and I earn only $18.10. When the company doesn't like someone for whatever reason, they'll fire them for no reason.
Apruebo esta ley. Espero que se apruebe esta ley, que sea una justicia para con nosotros los empleados. Muchas gracias.
I hope that you pass this law for justice for all of us workers there. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question's probably more for the sponsor because it's about the bill. The bill applies to all agricultural activities in greenhouses, correct?
Correct. Except retail, yes.
Yeah, and then the 90 degrees, how did you come about that 90 degrees threshold? I imagine there's like a scientific, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, exactly. That was just like the threshold that the rate of time that you had to take breaks.
The rate of time.
That was basically a scientific like threshold that the sponsor delegate Vaughn Stewart in the House talked to the board and this asked.
Yeah, and it prohibits work above, am I correct that it prohibits working in temperatures above 90 degrees?
No.
Okay.
It just requires them to have a 5-minute break.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you all for your testimony. You have a few more favorables that I'm going to bring up, Senator. Calandra Young, Nicole Tortolio, Kayla Mock, and Lee Woo Key.
A couple of the names aren't here. A couple workers couldn't come.
Okay, thank you for that.
Oh, just me. All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nicole Tortorello, and I'm the managing attorney for the Workplace Justice Project at the Public Justice Center. The Workplace Justice Project works to expand and enforce the rights of low-wage workers to receive an honest day's pay for an honest day's work in a safe and equitable workplace. PJC supports this bill, which would ensure greenhouse workers have the ability to participate in collective bargaining. This bill would ensure that Maryland's greenhouse workers receive the same unionization rights as most other workers. PJC supports unionization rights for all workers, including those excluded from the National Labor Relations Act in 1935, like domestic and agricultural workers. The federal exclusions were based in compromises with southern states and were deeply rooted in the racism that structured American society, to quote a webpage from the National Park Service that, as of last month, was somehow still alive on the federal government website. These exclusions are out of line with Maryland values. Maryland's small but crucial population of hundreds of greenhouse workers experience low wages and minimal employment benefits for a difficult job that takes an enormous physical toll. We're currently seeing the devastating effects of the federal exclusions on greenhouse workers. As you heard, 2 greenhouse workers were recently fired for sending a petition to their managers. All the petition asked for was higher wages, and this sort of simple collective activity is protected in most private industries, but these workers risked and lost their jobs just for asking to be treated better. We cannot let this stand. Maryland would not be the first state to provide these rights to this population. New York State has already passed legislation giving all farm workers the right to unionize. Providing collective bargaining rights will allow greenhouse workers to join the vast majority of Maryland workers in being able to collectively address their abysmal working conditions and advocate together for better pay and wages. And so for those reasons, I would ask that you report the bill favorably. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, you go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kayla Mock. I'm here on behalf of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 400. We strongly support this bill. You've heard the history of how we got here. I want to stress again that these workers are not recognized as employees under the NLRA and therefore have no rights to organize for better working conditions unless the state grants them that right. This bill gives a process, the same afforded to other workers, public and private sector here in Maryland, to organize if they so choose. It's not instant unionization. It's not a mandate. This is just the right to organize. I want to applaud the workers who came here and told their stories. It's very hard for workers who even do have rights and protections to come here and tell their stories. But for those who don't, it is an incredible act of bravery to do that. And so I want to talk a little bit, I know this bill covers more than just cannabis grow workers, but we've had some questions around that. And so I want to address that a little bit. In 2023, the Cannabis Reform Act included language directing the Cannabis Administration to adopt minimum standards for licensed grow workers around wages, rates of pay, hours. It went on to state that as a condition of licensures, growers will comply with these standards and that they will negotiate in good faith. It gave the Cannabis Administration until July 1st, 2024 to adopt some of these standards. These standards have not been yet developed, unfortunately. And the piece missing from that language, the piece that grants the cannabis grow workers the right to organize is missing. And so this bill covers that. You can't negotiate unless you've organized a union. And so this bill really corrects some of the wrongs of the past. And so for those reasons and more, we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. I think this is probably for Nicole. Are there other industries that are excluded from the, can you tell me what some of the other industries are?
Yeah, most notably domestic workers are the other really big exclusion. And this dates back to when the bill was being negotiated. Frankly, they carved out industries that were heavily black workers, and they said didn't want to give them unionization rights, which is why agriculture and domestic workers were the two big exclusions in that bill. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Do I have any other questions for this panel? Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that ends the bill, Senate Bill 887. I'm going to my bill. We're going to 804? Okay.
All right. We're on Senate Bill 804, Labor and Employment, Occupational Safety and Health, revisions to heat stress standards. Busy bill today. Presented by our Madam Chair, Senator Bidle, Louis Campion, Kaylee Locklear, and Grayson Wiggins.
This is not your bill, though.
We also have two more on the panel.
804 is
Mike
not your bill you're worried about.
O'Halloran and Matthew Tafu. Hopefully I didn't butcher anyone's name there. Madam Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for hearing Senate Bill 804. I apologize that we're going to have so many people testifying so late in the day, but apparently this has really raised a lot of attention. So in 2020, the General Assembly passed a bill directing the Commissioner of Labor to develop and adopt regulations to require employers to protect employees from heat-related illnesses caused by heat stress. They held hearings around the state, considered standards created by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, and then they created the standards. The standards are probably the toughest in the country. When we refer to California as being, I guess, more liberal standards than Maryland is pretty interesting. So I've worked with a group of businesses for 2 years trying to get some relief to the standards, and we didn't get any movement at all from the Department of Labor. So what this bill does is just relieve some of the issues that have been most difficult for our businesses to adhere to. So there are some things like, for instance, if someone is already working in an outdoor industry, like maybe they're a roofer and they change to a different employer, they have to go through a whole nother 2 weeks of climatization. If there's a huge contract and a general contractor has a cooling tent and water, every subcontractor on the job is supposed to have the cooling tent and water. It's things like that have made it really, really difficult. It's been difficult for restaurants on the indoor heat. If you're working in a restaurant that has open grills, like Chart House or some of the other steakhouses, it's very difficult to keep the temperature where this current regulation requires. So I feel like the changes in the bill still protect workers, just not to the degree that the regulations that the Department of Labor has created. 804 gives employers flexibility to consider their industry, their workload, and working environment as they develop their heat stress plans. They still have to have heat stress plans. They still have to protect their workers, but it really needs to be more industry specific. So I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 804, and thank you for hearing the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Louis Campion, Maryland Motor Truck Association, here in support. And certainly we understand the General Assembly's interest and the Department of Labor's interest in protecting employees from excessive heat. Employers want to do that too. Right? And that still happens with the passage of this bill, which I think is really important to understand. The difference is it does focus on a little more flexibility based on employer operations that don't exist in the regulations and really tried to take a one-size-fits-all approach. And let me give you an example. Trucking is the easiest example of why one-size-fits-all doesn't work, because trucking means farming, trash trucks, construction, retail operations, package delivery, household goods moving, warehousing, mechanics, all of that is part of trucking, right? And some of those employees are indoor, some of those employees are outdoor. It's not just a driver sitting in an air-conditioned truck, which is why we need that flexibility. This bill, with the amendments that the sponsor has proposed, really focuses on the development of an employer's heat illness prevention plan, giving them that flexibility. The language mirrors other states, most notably California, as she observed, and you still have to provide water, shade, rest, a heat acclimatization plan, emergency response, training, high heat conditions. But it gives the businesses some flexibility how they do that within the structure of their own plan. Right, the regulations seem to really be based on what I would call the false presumption that employers don't want to protect their workers. And so, they had to set a very specific standard that was all-encompassing for everyone without considering those operational differences. And so we would ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in strong support of this bill. And I just want to start by saying we appreciate the state's commitment to protecting workers from extreme heat. As Lewis said, ensuring safe working conditions is a goal that both regulators, advocates, and industries share. However, we believe Maryland's current heat regulations would benefit from thoughtful amendments that provide for greater flexibility. Maryland, as the chair noted, has some of the most rigid heat regulations in the country. There are 7 states that have similar regulations. And for many indoor workplaces, particularly in retail and similar environments, the requirement to maintain a detailed heat illness prevention plan has been challenging and in many cases just flat out unnecessary. The reality is that for most indoor businesses, the only circumstance where the regulation would truly come into play is if an HVAC system unexpectedly fails. So in those situations, businesses already act quickly to address the issue, either by repairing the system, temporarily closing, or adjusting operations to protect employees. Maintaining extensive plans for scenarios that rarely occur has created an administrative burden without meaningfully improving worker safety. We are simply asking for a more balanced approach, one that preserves worker protections while recognizing the operational realities of businesses. Other states have taken this approach, and you heard it earlier. For example, California has implemented heat regulations that provide for more flexibility for business environments while still maintaining strong safety standards. Aligning Maryland's rules more closely with models like California would allow businesses to focus on practical, real-time solutions rather than rigid compliance requirements that may not reflect the actual risk environment. We look forward to continuing to work with this committee, and we urge a favorable report. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing NFIB in Maryland. I honestly just want to spend the next 2 minutes or minute 52 just kind of setting the stage of how we got to the point that we're at now, where the chair has agreed to put in a bill on behalf of not just employers, but we feel for employees as well. So let's go back to 2020 and House Bill 722. That bill is enacted, effectively sent the issue to the Department of Labor to figure out the issue of heat stress regulations and their promulgation. That's important because, as you'll hear and have heard so far, many of the aspects of HB 722 as introduced contain requirements that make the current regulations problematic for employers. To put it another way, the legislature rejected these provisions in 2020. So if we fast forward to 2024, when MDL's regulatory process is taking place, the business community, represented by the folks in front of you today, submitted written testimony, comments, and attended and participated in stakeholder meetings. The regulations were finalized on September 30th, 2024, and on December 4th, the business community, represented by more than a dozen employer organizations, wrote MDL to express our deep concerns with the regulations and the failure to incorporate needed changes to make these regulations workable and enforceable. Now, to wrap up, I think what you're going to hear from the opposition is a characterization of the chair's bill as eroding safety. Nothing could be further from the truth, and I can say that because for all intents and purposes, the bill before you, along with the chair's amendments, effectively mirror California. When in your history in this legislature have you seen this group come before you and say, you know what, we need to pass something to mirror California? So the idea that somehow we are putting employees in harm's way, frankly could be nothing further from the truth. So with that, we do appreciate the chair's leadership on that and respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 804. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Mac Defoe here on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors. A lot of the points have already been made. We fully support this bill and thank the senator for putting it in and getting a very large group of stakeholders at the table in this one. A couple points that have already kind of been made, but this protects, especially on the construction side, the workforce, creating clear and common sense safety standards, and which we think would also improve productivity and reduce project delays with providing a more consistent framework. You look at projects like, say, Pimlico, when you have a large contractor, that on that site that alone, you may have 20 to 30 subcontractors. Providing a uniform statewide standard will be aligned with the industry's best practices. And so the only thing we will ask for the committee to look at is in reducing, liability or risk for other employers is on page 6, section 5-1205, lines 8 through 12. We either need to do some clarification on those in that section or remove entirely. But, with that, we ask for a favorable report for this bill, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. First, I want to thank Madam Chair for her leadership on this issue and for bringing the bill forward. I'll be very brief. I'll just make one statement and give you two examples. Just to be clear, passing this bill with the sponsors' amendments, in our view, would still be the most protective law in the country. Our members view it that way, but the change here at least makes the law workable. And I'll give you two examples of that. What the current regs make it unworkable. The first, and Madam Chair pointed this out, is if I am a construction worker and I leave one employer on a Friday and I start with a new employer on a Monday, even if I'm on the same job site, I have to reacclimate, and that cuts the worker's hours under the current regs. It's a negative for both the employer and the employee in that situation. Number two is we have businesses that will fly an engineer from another state in the country out to Maryland to look at a warehouse or a manufacturing process. And no matter how much water or shade they give them, if the temperature is triggered under the regs, then they have to acclimate them. And so that, again, cuts the hours, makes it very difficult for them to operate, and creates logistical challenges. And so with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I would just say we fully support this bill with the sponsors' amendments. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions for this favorable panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much. We do have a panel of favorable with amendments, starting with Eric Allen, Melvin Thompson, and Lisa Gaver.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we are favorable on this bill with amendments, and I meant the sponsors' amendments. And we appreciate the chair's willingness to help establish more workable standards. This legislation's approach to heat stress standards will provide employers with more flexibility than the current COMAR heat stress rules, while also ensuring the necessary safeguards for employees. In the restaurant and food service industry, employers have long managed workers in high heat environments and have provided hydration and cooling and rest periods as necessary to balance worker needs with operational realities. Working in a commercial kitchen inherently exposes workers to high heat environments, and depending on the type of restaurant, the cooking equipment, and the intensity and duration of the equipment use, heat levels in work areas can be high and they can also fluctuate. For many of the employers in our industry, Maryland's current heat stress regulations are just too prescriptive, and the employee training requirements under the current regulations are unreasonable for high turnover industries like ours. And so overall, Senate Bill 804 with the sponsors' amendments will be far more workable for our industry, and for those reasons, we encourage a favorable report with the amendments. Thank you very much.
Yes, hi, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Eric Allen, Vice President of Ligonor Wine Cellars and Vice President of the Frederick County Farm Bureau. and we're here to support an agricultural exemption for the heat stress standard. One thing people don't often realize about viticulture is just how much labor intensive it is and how much success depends on timing. Right now, there's about 1,500 acres of grapes in Maryland. We alone have about 80 acres of grapes, and it's about 130,000 vines. Grapevines don't run on a schedule that's convenient for us. When shoots start growing, we have a narrow window to position them. When the canopy gets thick, we have to open it up so sunlight and airflow can reach the fruit. When disease pressure hits, sprays have to go on immediately. And when grapes reach the right balance of sugar, acidity, and flavor, harvest has to happen right then. People do all that work. Vineyard crews spend long hours out in the heat doing physical, demanding work that often can't be delayed and can't be mechanized. We absolutely believe in protecting the safety and health of those workers. They are the backbone of every vineyard operation. But many of the new heat stress standards are creating different kinds of challenges, not because farmers oppose safety, but because the amount of documentation and administrative work they require. Instead of focusing every available hour on vineyards during critical periods, managers and supervisors are spending more and more time logging temperatures, documenting breaks, tracking workers' time, and filling out compliance records. When we lose time to paperwork, the vines don't wait. The work still needs to be done. That's why farmers across Maryland are supporting a practical solution, an agricultural exemption to the heat stress standard that recognizes the unique realities of farming while still protecting the workers who are out in the fields. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the committee, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Gaver from Gaver Farm in Frederick County. I'm here in support of SB 804 with an agriculture exemption. Gaver Farm is a seasonal fall pick-your-own-apple, pumpkin, and Christmas tree operation combined with an agritourism fall fun festival. Our agriculture crops are value-added, seasonal, weather-dependent, and very labor-intense, requiring specialized and timely care. Regulations need to reflect that reality. For example, our apple orchard often has a narrow window to tie new growth or to do thinning, often just days. When our pumpkin plants are vining, we need to do weed control then. And when our hay's ready to bale, if a storm is coming, we have to act. Our 6 full-time employees, the novelty of our plan soon wore off last year. They are grown, intelligent people with common sense who want to manage their own situation. It frustrated them and me, forcing them into longer work days. But the new heat stress standards are a real challenge for agritourism farms like ourselves. Agritourism is vital to our business, and during peak season, we hire about 200 seasonal employees. Under current rules, each employee requires training, documentation, monitoring, and a written heat plan. On our weekend festival days, we have thousands of guests on our property. We have rotations in place to facilitate shifts, breaks, and movement between positions, and these positions must be staffed at all times. Farm managers are spending hours documenting worker time and tracking temperatures. Unlike traditional workplaces, our employees are spread across the farm and making compliance extremely labor intense. We care very deeply about our workers' safety and provide a lot of accommodations. But the current requirements place a heavy administrative burden. Gaver's Farm supports an agriculture exemption to the heat stress standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to reach out. Melvin, I know we've worked on this issue a couple of times. So your example of the restaurants is really apt because there's no way you can have a restaurant and not have the kitchen get above 80 degrees. I mean, if you don't want to kill your customers. I mean, so you got to have some flexibility. And I know at one restaurant in my district, we were trying to figure out like they replaced the entire air conditioning. They were trying to take care of their employees, but yet it still wasn't going to be good enough for these weird standards. And so again, the standards could be appropriate in sort of certain settings, but having some flexibility. This is still adding a tremendous administrative hurdle.
Sure. Right.
It's just lessening it and having a little more rationality in it. Is that how you all would view it?
Exactly, Senator. Thank you very much, because you're right. There are operational realities, especially during peak periods in our industry, dinner hour, lunch hour, where the dining room is packed. You can't really allow employees to take breaks during that time. But when it's reasonable to take breaks, go into the walk-in cooler, which a lot of people do in our industry, employers certainly do work with our employees on that issue.
My understanding is like the business I remember, they were basically like we're watching to be sure once we have a slowdown.
That's right.
We basically insist that they cool off.
Absolutely.
But we just can't have it be like every hour. It might not be every hour.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, I think other industries it's sort of similar. Just need some flexibility. Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much. We do have a group of unfavorables. We're going to try to sit as many people at the podium as possible. I'm going to call up the first 6. We have Christopher Cano, Ray Baker, Christian Gobble, Kim Farabi, Kayla Mock, and Debbie Berkowitz.
I have to press this.
No, you can just go. Okay, we made it work. Excellent. Everyone made it there at the table. You all may begin in whichever order you decide.
I go. Madam Chair and committee members, I'm Debbie Berkowitz, a longtime Marylander and a worker safety policy expert, the former chief of staff at Federal OSHA, and the former safety director of the UFCW. I urge you to issue an unfavorable report on this bill because it will endanger Maryland workers by undermining the common sense and flexible heat stress standard that Maryland issued 1.5 years ago after a long public comment period and many public hearings. Workers get sick and they can die from heat at work, and that is why workers need all the provisions in the current Maryland OSHA standard. The last few summers have been the hottest summers on record in Maryland. Maryland's OSHA standard is actually very similar to other state standards, and mind you, California has had an outdoor heat standard for 15 years. But Maryland's standard is based on a standard such as Oregon that have been in place for years, and employers use the heat index with no trouble there. In fact, the reason this standard uses the heat index is that high heat combined with high humidity is dangerous because it limits sweat evaporation, the body's primary cooling mechanism, creating a high risk for heat-related illness. The MOSH standard is not burdensome. It is a minimum needed to protect workers. This bill would weaken key requirements, such as the requirement to acclimatize workers. I know for a fact, based on my experience at OSHA, that most worker deaths from heat happen within their first few weeks at work. This bill also strips away the minimal requirements for rest breaks when the heat index is above 90, and this bill creates loopholes in the standard, and such loopholes and lack of specificity would lead to more deaths and illnesses. I've been involved in safety training for restaurant workers in Maryland, and the top concern of the restaurant workers was heat during the summer. And our participants told us about heat-related illnesses such as nausea, dizziness, and severe headaches. Alarmingly, many of the participants in our training were not provided with water. Last summer, MOSH did about 20 heat-related inspections in restaurants, all based on work and complaints. Only 15 restaurants were cited, but all those restaurants also violated other MOSH standards, and none got any penalties for any of the heat violations. Note, Maryland offers free programs to help any employer comply with this standard if they are having trouble. Let me also be clear that the MOSH standard for heat is all workers have. In almost all cases, workers cannot sue their employer if they get sick or even die from heat at work. Please do not water down this standard. Thank you.
Excellent. That was a great test run. For the rest of the folks that testify, I just let you know, the buzzer is not a suggestion, right? Hopefully we'll have some questions and you could elaborate on your testimony, but once you hear the buzzer, please stop. But thank you so much. Valuable testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. My name is Christian Goebel. I serve as the Legislative and Political Coordinator with AFSCME Maryland Council 3, testifying today in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 804. Maryland was the first state on the East Coast to promulgate an indoor and outdoor heat stress standard, which covers both public and private sector workers. The standard, as was noted, took effect on September 30th, 2024, and provides critical but reasonable protections when the heat index reaches 80 degrees. These protections include rest breaks, access to water, shade access, training requirements, and additional precautions to take in high heat. Tragically, the effective date of this standard came too late for our union brother, Ronald Silver II, who lost his life on the job on August 2nd, 2024. Mr. Silver worked as a sanitation worker with the Baltimore City Department of Public Works. On the day that he lost his life, the heat index was approximately 108 degrees. Maryland's heat stress standard exists to prevent tragedies like Mr. Silver's from happening. Across our country, far too many workers experience injury, illness, or death due to heat stress. Maryland has only had this standard in place for one summer, and we urge the committee to preserve our current standard. SB 804, in our view, would diminish the protections afforded to workers by changing the threshold for the application of heat illness protections. The current standard uses heat index as a measurement. In contrast, this legislation would rely solely on the ambient air temperature. Second, the bill would provide the employer with the discretion to determine the work and rest schedule without minimum requirements. Third, the bill alters the acclimatization period. Under the current standard, the employer must provide for acclimatization of exposed employees for a period of up to 14 days when an employee is newly exposed to heat in the workplace. The standard also requires the employer to monitor the employees during this period of time critically for signs of heat-related illness through regular communication. Again, as was noted, the bill creates an exemption from heat protections for temporary and unanticipated heat conditions. Taken together, we believe these changes would negatively impact workers. We respectfully urge unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Bell and Vice Chair Haynes, members of the committee. My name is Kim Farabee. I work as a CDL driver for the Baltimore City Department of Transportation. I also serve as a trustee for ASME Local 44. Protecting our members from the efforts of high heat is incredibly important to our members. On August 2nd, 2024, Ronald Silver II, a member of ASME Local 44, lost his life on the job. Mr. Silver was a sanitation worker with the Department of Public Works and was only 36 years old. The day he passed, the heat index was 108. Mr. Silver collapsed on the job begging for help. Many members of ASME Local 44 are exposed to a high heat, and we need a strong standard to protect us from heat stress. I've been a CDL driver with the Baltimore City DOT for over 20 years. In my role, I take crews out to perform road maintenance. For road maintenance, we fill potholes and perform cutouts and repatch them. This work exposes our members to incredibly high heat conditions. During my time, I've seen co-workers pass out on the job or need to be taken away in an ambulance for medical care because of heat stress. This past summer was the first summer we had Maryland's heat stress standard in effect, and it made a significant difference. This past summer, we consistently had access to water, Gatorade coolers, and rest breaks. Our work schedule was modified so that rather than working 8:30 to 4:30 p.m., we began work at 6 a.m. and tried to be done by 2 p.m. so we can spend less time in the heat. Additionally, if the heat index reaches 105, we stop working and either go inside with air conditioning or get inside our trucks with air conditioning. These protections make a huge difference in our lives of our members. I have seen the important differences in the heat stress standard has made in our work. Please keep our heat stress standard in place to protect us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Again, my name is Kayla Mock on behalf of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 400. We represent workers in grocery, retail, healthcare, cannabis workers, and police officers. I will say me too to the testimony that has come before me and after me. And I do want to address the importance of this, the heat standard that is now in place to our members. A lot of folks think, well, grocery workers, why do they need this? But the back room of a grocery store does often not have heat or air conditioning. And I don't know if you've ever been in the back room of a grocery store in July or August. It's hot, it's sticky, it's humid. Doesn't smell great either. But our members who saw this standard go into effect were very excited about this because some of them do work in air-conditioned areas. And so we respectfully, urge an unfavorable report based on the needs of our members.
Good afternoon, Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and to the respected members of the committee. My name is Ray Baker. I'm the Maryland Director of the Baltimore, D.C. Building Construction Trade Council. You guys have my written testimony. We urge an unfavorable report on this legislation. I appreciate before this particular panel came up, Vice Chair Hayes had to tap his brow because we're having an unseasonably warm day. Our law enforcement officer in the back of the room had to walk in and out of the room because it's unseasonably warm. Even Senator Jackson, during some of our testimony, just loosened his tie because we all can appreciate what it feels like working in hot conditions. And there are some specific things about this legislation that we take issue with. We heard our Senate president come before us just a little bit earlier mentioning that Maryland's a union state. And we are excited to hear him say that. And so seeing that, when we see in this legislation several places where we see that breaks are going to be at the employer's discretion, where that could be collectively bargained, where our members could have a say, that undermines the spirit of Maryland being a union state. When we see that the dry bulb temperature is going to be taken, when we know that in the swampy mid-Atlantic space where we are, Senator Reedy's gone, I know he mentioned that Washington, D.C. is not Maryland, but all of us experience this humidity here. The dry bulb temperature is not going to be the same as the humid temperature. Maryland is a union state. Our members should come first. Our workers should come first. We should have a say in this. And there's so much about this legislation that undermines existing most standards that puts us ahead of California with respect to our opponents who are favorable to this bill. If California is not serving their workers, Maryland should not copy off of their paper. We urge an unfavorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
SEIU Local 500 members are educational support professionals that work in Montgomery County Public Schools. These are folks that are school maintenance staff, custodial workers, grounds crew members, and other essential support staff who keep our public schools running, and protecting them from dangerous heat conditions is critical, especially as climate change increases the frequency of these extreme heat events that we're seeing. And unfortunately, this bill weakens protections for these workers in several ways. First, removing clear minimum rest break requirements that currently protect workers during high heat conditions. I mean, we're literally talking about ensuring that people have a 10-minute break every 2 hours when it's above 90 degrees. And somehow that is going to destroy the businesses of these stakeholders that we just heard from before this. This bill eliminates minimum requirements that allow employers to determine their own rest schedules without any baseline standard. And without enforceable minimums, rest breaks become discretionary and reactive rather than proactive, increasing the risk of heat illness. You know, we're talking about public employees that have passed away. I do not trust the safety of our workers to the private industry and put the lives of my family and friends in their hands. The state clearly has set heat standard requirements, and somehow this bill is giving employers broad discretion to determine how people acclimatize to the heat, and removes required monitoring during high-risk periods. Finally, this bill introduces new exemptions for temporary and unanticipated heat conditions like equipment failure or emergencies, exemptions that are going to leave workers unprotected precisely in the situations where they may be least prepared for the extreme heat exposure. Look, rather than weakening these standards before they have sufficient time to be evaluated, the state should allow them to remain in place and ensure they're properly implemented and enforced. You have already done the job. The public has made their comments and their voices heard. So trust the work that's been done, and we urge an unfavorable report on this bill.
Thank you all for your testimony. And Kim, thank you so much for your testimony. I remember the loss of your colleague, and I know everybody in Baltimore really felt that. So thank you so very much. Senator Washington.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, you all for being here. It's a great panel of friends. Ray, we didn't hear you loud enough. Do you want to repeat why you don't like this bill? No, in all seriousness, can you just, for this bill, what would it do for your members, and what type of situations you don't want them in if this bill does pass? Like, what could happen?
I appreciate the question, Senator Washington, and I also allude back to what Senator Hayes, all of us from Baltimore know about the tragic death of Ronald Silver, and that's ultimately what all of us are looking to avoid. There's an element of this bill that exists now that says that we're only going to take the type of training necessary if a medical emergency happens, whereas the bill, where the statute initially exists, suggests that if there's even a close call, that we're going to have that training. That close call often saves lives, right? It's like a warning. It's our smoke detector in some ways. And so that's one of the many elements. We're happy to engage any of the senators on the committee to talk further through, but I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And Christian, what programs or services are available to help employers comply with the current heat stress standard right now?
Sure. So thank you for the question, Senator. So currently right now, the Maryland Occupational Safety and Health Administration has a consultation program. This is free for employers to use. It's a very comprehensive program. It is primarily targeted to small businesses, particularly to help them with compliance issues. So just to describe the program, there are two really key options here. One is a full survey where MOSH will send out staff to the employer's worksite. They will walk through the entire worksite with them. They will identify potential hazards. They'll talk about the regulatory standards and the interpretations. They will discuss with them possible methods of how to abate those hazards. And the nice thing about that is that during that walkthrough process, if they identify hazards, they will not penalize the employer for that. It's to promote voluntary compliance with our laws. Similarly, I'll say that on the limited option, employers can also take advantage of the limited option. That is, in the context of the heat stress standard, they can submit their heat stress standard plan to MOSH's consultative service, and then the service can review the plan and talk to them about where there may be deficiencies, where they can improve, and they can work together on that collaborative process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It's good to see everyone again. Just had a question. So, obviously as a physician, I also see patients as part of an occupational health clinic. And so very familiar with some of our occupational health provisions out there, have treated patients that have experienced heat stroke. And so very sympathetic to a lot of the concerns that have been brought up. I know the department went through a very rigorous process to come up with their regulations and do have some concerns about kind of pulling that back or scaling that back. As a data person, as a scientist, I do want to kind of understand, because there's been some discussion about how heat is measured. And when it comes to things like the heat index versus the dry bulb temperature, can you kind of illuminate us on some of those differences and why one may be preferable to another?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think maybe I'll answer it, and people, and everybody's saying yes. So especially in Maryland, where we have very high humidity and high heat, it is important to use the heat index, which measures both the high heat and the humidity, because the combination, what will happen is that when you have high heat and high humidity, it is dangerous because it limits the body's ability to sweat, which is the primary mechanism for us to cool ourselves down. And when that happens, that what we feel, the heat and the humidity, is even more dangerous than maybe like in California, in Palm Springs, where there's no humidity and it's just sort of a straight temperature. So that's why the heat index is so critical to saving lives and preventing heat illness in the United States. And you can, just like you have to buy a thermometer to measure the heat, you can buy a heat index measurer for like $50 at Home Depot that can give you those measurements.
So I guess it's not that difficult to measure the heat index. That's something that someone can just kind of buy off the shelf and have that measured. Because we see that in the news reports. They'll say like, "Oh, heat index today was whatever," and it's usually oppressive outside. And so I guess to your point, from a physiological standpoint, the reason we sweat is really, and all of us sweat is because we're trying to cool ourselves, right? So as we sweat, the evaporation that takes place on our skin is what helps cool our bodies. And so when the humidity is high outside, it makes it more difficult for the sweat to evaporate from your skin, thus makes it more difficult for someone's body to cool themselves.
Exactly, which is why in Maryland, it's the high heat and the humidity that is so dangerous.
Right.
And that's
And
where
we
you're
do
doing the
have
heat
a lot of humidity here. As we
And the other thing for
in both
outdoor
sense, too.
employers, they can just, the weather stations have the heat index, so they can just use what the weather station is telling them. And OSHA, when I was at OSHA, we developed an app that'll give you the heat index for like your zip code.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah Gao.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Berkowitz, since we're on you, I don't even know if I'm going to pronounce it, acclimatization.
Acclimatization.
Okay. So what's an acclimatization period? Is that just when you're like cooling off type? Is that what it is?
No, actually.
Tell me what it is.
I have to tell you, I was at OSHA in the Obama administration from 2009 to 2016, and heat was an enormous issue, and we did a lot of inspections, and we found that workers were dying the first day on the job or within the first week. That was 70% of the worker deaths. And that's because the body has to acclimate to high heat.
I see.
And so if you just throw somebody out there in 80, 90 degrees, 8 hours a day, hard work, and even young people, farm workers especially, young farm workers. I remember I left OSHA and there was a young farm worker who just, come up on his H-2B visa, and 2 days later he was working in a tomato field in, I believe it was Georgia, and just dropped dead. And he'd been healthy before that. So acclimatization is all about giving people time to adjust to heat. And it's only if you're working in high heat. It's not if you're, So, and I think it's probably the key provision of this standard that'll save lives. That and water.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam
Mr. Vice Chair. It's hot in here.
Got it. Wow, that's a way to end it. Are there any additional questions of this panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much. We have 3 more signed up as unfavorable. We have Michael McHale, Elizabeth Bobo, and Jessica Cook. If you all would approach the podium, please.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Hayes, did we also have Scott Schneider on the witness list?
No, sir. Unfortunately, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, you all may proceed. When you're ready, please take note of the timer in front of you. Thank you all so very much for joining us today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Bobo, and I'm the Legislative Director at the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO, here to respectfully testify in opposition to SB 804. Maryland already has strong heat stress protections in place from passing HB 722 in 2020, with regulations taking effect in 2024. It's already been recognized that getting to this point was a laborious process with a lot of input from the public and experts in the field. SB 804 weakens those protections. MOSHA's existing standards are working. Last summer, there were measurable improvements in worker safety as the regulations were implemented and enforced. I want to emphasize that it's only been a year since those regulations were implemented and started being enforced. Heat stress is an escalating problem in Maryland. Estimates say that the maximum heat index this summer is projected to reach up to 110 degrees, with these record-breaking temperatures presenting dangerous conditions for both indoor and outdoor workers. Current MOSH standards require comprehensive prevention plans, standardized acclimatization periods, access to water and shade, set rest breaks, high heat procedures at 90 degrees and 100 degrees, emergency response planning, and thorough training for workers and supervisors. SB 804 undermines the core protections that were worked for so long. It allows employers to set acclimatization periods without monitoring, increasing the likelihood of heat-related illness. It gives employers full discretion over rest schedules with no minimum requirements, even during extreme heat. And it also reduces overall accountability. At a time when temperatures are significantly increasing and lives have already been tragically lost, Maryland cannot afford to move backwards on worker safety. We want to be preventative, not reactive. For these reasons, I urge an unfavorable vote on SB 804. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Mike McHale. I am an inside wireman from Baltimore, Maryland, who currently serves as the business manager of IBW Local 24. I knew when I wanted to come down here and speak that most of the panelists ahead of me would be way ahead of me and smarter. And so I was trying to find something I could say to the committee that would make my time being here worthwhile. And all I could come up with was the hottest job I've ever been on, which was Baltimore, Washington, Thurgood Marshall Airport, 1028 runway extension. And if the committee would just think for a minute, like when next time you fly out of BWI, look out the window and all those heat waves coming up off of that asphalt and that grass, our folks are out there. And they're out there for 10 and 12 hours a day. Another point is the IBW represents my local union and the rest of us, almost 14,000 Marylanders. And they're in the utility industry, they're in the line industry, construction industry. But, you know, I'm actually here for the IBW members, but in a way, we have it better than the average worker because we're union. There's a lot of folks that do hot tar roofing, asphalt laying, pavement, grass cutting, grass mowing. They don't have the benefit of union contract and solidarity to help them through. So respectfully, I would respect that you would give us an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Jessica Cook, here on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association, representing 76,000 educators and school employees across Maryland, to express our opposition to Senate Bill 804. There have been long-standing concerns with extreme heat in schools, school grounds, school buses, and other education-related work settings. Beyond the high temperatures that can be experienced in traditional classrooms, we must remember our physical education staff in gymnasiums and our education support professionals who often work in areas of our school where heat exposure is even more severe than in traditional classrooms. Custodians clean and maintain mechanical rooms, kitchens, and hallways where temperatures can rise dramatically. Food service workers operate in kitchens filled with ovens and industrial equipment that significantly increase heat levels. Front office staff and health room staff are responsible for assisting students who may already be experiencing heat-related illness. Ensuring safe temperature standards is not simply a matter of comfort, it is a matter of worker safety, student safety, and the basic ability of schools to function effectively. Having a strong, enforceable heat standard that is the basis for a quick motion inspection when conditions are dire and immediate is imperative. These regulations are a mechanism of accountability. School districts have the responsibility to act quickly to prevent severe heat stress and illness. The Maryland State Education Association opposes SB 804 and any changes to the current heat standard. It saves lives, protects our members, students, and the community at large. And it is for those reasons we urge an unfavorable report for Senate Bill 804.
Excellent. Thank you all so very much for your testimony. Senator Reedy.
Thank you so much. And I've been listening with the different panelists. I think if I could just pose a question and anybody on the panel could answer, I guess my question would be, can you not see that there needs to be some flexibility here? The testimony I've heard, not so much from anybody in particular on the panel, but the testimony opposition makes it sound like this bill is just wiping all the protections away. It's just saying we just need, there can't just be a one-size-fits-all approach to every job. So I don't know who'd like to answer that, but why is it wrong to have some flexibility that still maintains safety standards? We're not talking, this is California's statute largely that we're talking about putting in.
Those Senator Reedy said anyone can answer it. I'm
just one person answer
person.
Any one person, gotcha. Well, thank you, Senator Reedy. As I said before, I'm an electrician. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a politician. I think the issue is if we don't have state standards that apply equally to everybody, then not everybody's protected to the same degree. And again, I don't know about policy and how it works with regulations. My suggestion would be to have a conversation back at the Maryland Department of Labor and go that way. I understand it's been done already. I don't get what I want for sure out of the Maryland Department of Labor. So, and I have to keep working at it. So that would be my answer to you.
Yeah, I mean, you say we want everybody equally protected. I know we're going to debate. It's like not every job is equally safe. Not every job is equally not exposed to certain elements. You should have mitigation that's consistent with that job, but part of that job is that you are engaging in certain risk, and it's not a lot of risk. I mean, we're talking about 80 degrees is not that hot. That's what the current law. 80 degrees is pretty mild. It can be very hot if you're on hot asphalt, which you're absolutely right, and that should be, but that's a different thing than saying you can't work in a kitchen for longer than an hour when it gets above 80, when you're going to do the lunch rush for 2 hours, and then you're going to have more time that you can take a break. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't.
I understand. Unfortunately, from my perspective, a lot of the folks that do these jobs we're manual laborers. That's what I am.
Yeah.
And manual laborers have to make hay when the sun's up. And we have to do things at work that we may not want to be able to do. And if we're told do it or else, we do it or else. And
Well, that's not right. I guess I'm just trying to, well, it's fine. I don't want to do it.
And I mean, I live in your district, so we can catch up
we can touch
anytime.
later.
That's
That's
exactly right. And I saw Heather Powell here from the Workforce Development Board as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank
Mike,
you.
thank you so much, and thank you to this panel. Are there any additional questions? Yeah. All right, this ends the testimony and the bill hearing on Senate Bill 804. Turning back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So Senator Muse, Senate Bill 886. We have Senator Muse, Bridge DeMay, Nancy Stack, Paul Lemley, Nikki Cole, and Kayla Mock. So Senator, and please, if you'll all pay attention, Senator, you have as much time as you need. Everyone on your panel and every witness has 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, because you've gone over 30. That was the magic number. So if everyone please adhere to that, we would really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee, it's good to be here. I was on Finance Committee way back with Middleton, and the third seat there, I slept right there. I mean, I heard the testimony right there, you know. Okay. So again, for the record, I am C. Anthony Muse, and representing the 26th Legislative District in Prince George's County. And I respectfully present this testimony in support of Senate Bill 886. At its core, the Bill 886 recognizes a simple but powerful principle. Every worker deserves to earn at least the minimum wage of their labor, regardless of whether they receive tips. Doesn't make any difference. The bill establishes that as a fundamental component of liberty and equality, individuals working in the state of Maryland have the right to be paid wages at least equal to the state's minimum wage without regard to tips received. Currently, many tipped workers rely on a wage structure that allows employers to count tips toward meeting the minimum wage requirement. While tips are an important source of income, they are not guaranteed and vary widely from shift to shift. Workers should not have their economic security depending on uncertainty. And let me put it like this. Most of us have budgets. We run our house based on a budget. How are we able to do that? Because we know each week what we're going to receive as a check, in our check. If it's snowing all week, what do you say to them? They take home very little. If it's a time when it's heavy rain, same thing. Many reasons. You can't run a household like that. Absolutely none of us would be asked to do that. Senate Bill 886 phases out the tip credit over time and ensures that all employees receive the full minimum wage directly from their employer while still allowing workers to keep the tips they earn. This approach recognizes the dignity of work and promotes greater wage stability for thousands of service persons. They live in our district. Every time we go into a restaurant, they serve us. But they have to depend on sometimes grumpy people and stingy people who give absolutely nothing. This bill also strengthens consumer protection by addressing the growing use of service fees in restaurants and other food service establishments. Customers deserve transparency when they are charged additional fees, and employees deserve to know that those fees are being distributed fairly. Under this legislation, service fees must truly be clearly disclosed and distributed directly to employees who perform service, ensuring fairness for workers and consumers. Additionally, this legislation establishes a gradual schedule for future increases in the state minimum wage and provides a mechanism to adjust wages based upon the inflation beginning. Additionally, the legislation establishes gradual schedule for future increases in the state minimum wage and provides a mechanism to adjust wages based on inflation beginning in 2033. This approach ensures that wages keep pace with the rising cost of living while providing predictability for employers and workers alike. Importantly, Senate Bill 886 also proposes a constitutional amendment affirming that workers in Maryland will have a fundamental right to earn at least the minimum wage established by law. This question will be, and I hope it will be, placed before the voters of Maryland, allowing the people of our state to decide whether this principle should be permanently enshrined in the Constitution. The legislation reflects Maryland's ongoing commitment to fairness and workplace transparency for consumers and for all of those who have to depend on this meager fare in order and cannot survive. Now I know the restaurant people, I know other people, and they're all my friends. I love to go to their restaurants, the food's good. But they will come and they will say, well, we can't, it's always, I've been down here for 16 years, I think, 16 years. So we've had bills like this before. My friends would come to me and they would say, well, we're going to close up. But then the next time we have a bill like this and they come in and say, we're going to have to close up. They really don't. It doesn't really happen. The numbers, and someone else will speak to that, the numbers that you see in the testimony just don't add up. It just doesn't add up. So for that reason, I am asking, I respectfully urge the committee to give Senate Bill 886 a favorable report. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, Senator, your panel can start. Bridge, you want to start? And we'll just go down the...
I was going to ask Nikki to start, if that's okay.
Oh,
Is that okay if I start?
Madam
Then?
Chair,
And we'll
I'm
go the
sorry.
other way? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. If there are those who came in support of the bill, would you stand? If you're still here and you came in support of this bill, you can stand. Would you please stand? Thank you. And thank you for the point. Allow me to do that.
Thank you. My name is Nikki M.G. Cole. Okay.
Again, my name is Nikki. Good afternoon, Senators. Thanks for this opportunity to testify. I am the coordinator for the Maryland Living Wage for All Coalition, lifelong Marylander, small business owner, and 21-year hospitality veteran. I am here in strong support of SB 886, a bill that would put a measure on the ballot and do two essential things: raise Maryland's minimum wage to a living wage and end the subminimum tipped wage, both together non-negotiable. Maryland's tip minimum wage is $3.63 an hour, one of the largest gaps between the full minimum wage and the tip minimum wage of any state in the country. It's been at this rate since I started in 1996 and was that beforehand. This is a direct legacy of slavery. At emancipation, the restaurant lobby wanted to hire recently freed Black folks and refused to pay them, forcing us to live entirely on tips, and that system has never been dismantled. Today, there are 102,000 Maryland tipped workers. 67% of them are women and 32% people of color.
Nikki, thank you.
And live under this legacy.
Thank you. Who's next?
Go down the row.
Let's just go right down the aisle.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, members of the committee. My name is Paul Lemley, MSCA President, representing 76,000 educators, none of whom receive tips, in strong support. This bill would have a direct positive effect on our schools. Over 16,000 of our education support professionals, about 80% of whom are women, do not earn a living wage in Maryland. Who are they? Well, they're the bus drivers who arrive before dawn to safely transport our babies. They're front office staff. They are the cafeteria staff who, with a watchful eye, feed your kids. They're paraprofessionals supporting our most vulnerable students, teaching them to read their first words, write their names, lifting students in and out of wheelchairs, assisting with mobility and personal care, managing behavioral crises. They are the custodians, sanitizing classrooms, fixing broken fixtures, clearing snow and ice. And they do all of this while working second and sometimes third jobs to support their own families. We believe in this democracy. We think the voters should have their say. And I urge you to make a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
I'll take that one.
Sure, I'll bring it over.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Third time's the charm. I'm Kayla Mock with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 400. I'm also here on behalf of all working people here in Maryland who are struggling to put food on the table and keep the lights on. When I talk to our members, the number one thing they bring up is the rising cost of everything, from light bills to healthcare premiums to groceries. Affordability isn't just a political buzzword for them. They are living it. Housing costs have risen more than 14% between 2023 and 25. Both homeowners and renters are being affected by that. Healthcare premiums are rising, with medical care costs up nearly 7% over the last 2 years, and hospital services jumping by 6.7% in 2025. 74% of Americans report rising utility costs driven by energy demand. And when it comes to food costs, over 19% since 2022. And our members experience both sides of it, the ones working in the store and the ones consuming it. And so for those reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and members of the committee. My name is Nancy Stack. I'm a table games dealer at Ocean Downs Casino, owned by Churchill Downs. I'm here today to testify about the importance of a living wage for all. Maryland voters approved gaming because they were told it would produce good family-supporting jobs. However, 92% of the non-tipped workers at our casino made less than $40,000 last year. This is less than the Economic Policy Institute calculates for a living wage for one single person for the casino county and the surrounding counties. The state allows Ocean Downs to classify table games dealers as tipped employees. Over 8 years working at the casino, I am not even paid $8 an hour. Our starting base pay was $5, which was the same base pay that Hollywood started at back in 2013. Every year we're giving a 3% raise for an average dealer in my department. The raise is at best 20 cents an hour, works out to $8 a week, not enough to keep up with the cost of electric, food, and gas. Please support this bill.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, greetings. My name is Bridge Dumais. I'm the political coordinator for 1199 SEIU. Our union represents 10,000 members who work in Maryland's nursing homes, hospitals, and clinics across the region. We support this bill because a living wage will benefit healthcare workers and the patients that they care for. From hospitals to nursing homes, healthcare workers are dangerously short-staffed and underpaid. The lack of livable wages for essential workers in environmental service, dietary, technician, and support staff roles fuels a broken care system where workers are leaving the field, ultimately putting patient care at risk. This is most apparent in home care, where workers support clients with the most intimate forms of caregiving. Home care workers, the majority of whom are women of color, still earn as low as $15 per hour. Despite the increasing demand and essential nature of home care, personal care aides are still not valued, receiving extremely low pay, few benefits, and limited protections. When workers are financially stressed, it's harder to focus on caregiving. I urge you to care for those who provide care by voting yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridge. Do I have any questions? Senator Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. And, you know, we've been here before. We recently increased the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that right?
10 years ago.
10 years ago? Okay. And we recently increased it 10 years ago, and now we're back to increase it to, what's the amount again, Senator? What's the amount?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. What's the amount that you're proposing to increase it to?
$25.
$25 an hour.
Yes.
Okay. Now we have unions here. Now unions represent a lot of great folks that are in the state, in Prince George's County, represent great workers here. What in the union process that you guys do when you negotiate contracts prevents you from negotiating your contract to that $25 an hour?
Do you want to pick who you?
Yeah, young lady at the end.
Thank you, Senator Washington. This is actually my favorite question. Yes. I was expecting Senator Hershey to ask me. I was prepared for that. It threw me a curveball. Thank you.
Freaky Friday.
Yes, we do have the opportunity, ability, and success rate with negotiating great wages and benefits for our workers. Unfortunately, there are many more workers in Maryland who are not in unions. So in, for example, hospitals, we have unionized departments where we're able to negotiate great wages and benefits for our members, and they're working alongside non-union workers who are not getting that same pay and benefits, and it's contributing to a really high turnover in these facilities, which is of course leading to a devastating short staffing crisis that I know you're well aware of. So thank you for that question.
Sure, thank you.
I did some checking to see when we increased to $15 or got on the scheduled increase to $15 an hour. I was on this committee. I've only been here 8 years. That's how I knew it wasn't 10 years. So it was in 2019 we began the one fair wage and just got to it January 1, 2024. We just got to $15 an hour. So it took a few years. Senator Gall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question, I think, from Ms. Cole. This is something, it's passed in DC, right? Or something, maybe can you slide the microphone over? So what's happened in DC since then?
Yeah, so in 2016 and then in 2020 again, this issue was put on the ballot and voters voted overwhelmingly to eliminate the sub-minimum wage and bring tipped folks up to a full minimum wage. It was enacted in the beginning of 2021, and over the past 4 years, we've actually seen DC small business and regular business grow, not contract. The DC Budget Office has reported that DC actually had record number of job growth in number of people who were employed in the restaurant industry and new openings. And tips went up as well for folks. And so the restaurant industry is not dying or falling in DC. If anything, what has been a serious struggle for the restaurant industry in DC is the federalization of the city and people being afraid to go to work and tourism being less because of that situation. But prior to federalization, the government DC budget office reports that jobs have grown in the district.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 8 more favorables. I have seats at the table for 6. Let's see how we do. Deborah Michaels. Christopher Scott. Tina Lineberry. Christopher Cano. Marceline White. Jonathan Miller. Okay, that's 6. Okay, thank you. Okay, Christopher, can we start with you and go right down the row?
Yes, Madam Chair. SEIU Local 500 is over 23,000 public service workers often work multiple jobs to make ends meet for their family, many in the hospitality and service sectors which pay sub-minimum wages. And I want all of us to have a moment of honest conversation. Under federal law and Maryland law, employers can legally pay tip workers between less than $3 and $4 an hour, a wage that hasn't increased since the 90s. And for more than 3 decades, the industry has relied on customers, not employers, to make sure workers earn a living. Meanwhile, tip workers are among the most economically vulnerable in America, and they're more than twice as likely to live in poverty as non-tip workers. And federal investigations have found that over 80% of full-service restaurants violate wage and hour laws, often involving tip workers. And we can't ignore history. America's tip wage system grew out of the Jim Crow era, when employers in the hospitality industry avoided paying wages to newly freed black workers and forced them to survive on tips. And when workers have organized or unions have advocated for fair wages, what does the industry do? Too often they mislead their own employees, warning them that ending the sub-minimum wage will destroy tipping or cost them their jobs. So when I see the National Restaurant Association opposing ending the tip sub-minimum wage, they're not defending workers, they're defending a business model built on paying workers as little as possible, an argument built on fear, not facts. We urge a favorable report on this bill.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Jonathan Miller. I'm actually here for my friend, James, so people aren't stuck in a position that he was. He lived in Annapolis for 3 to 4 years, and within this past year, the lease on his apartment was given up, and he was working about 3 minimum wage jobs. From the increase of the cost of living to find an apartment, he was unable to get renewed. So he was stuck couch hopping and buying hotel rooms for 15 to 20 days a month. He was working 3 minimum wage jobs, 35 to 40 hours at one, 10 plus at the other two, 60 plus hours a week, and was unable to make ends meet since he was living paycheck to paycheck. So when his lease was up, he was unable to have that down payment to move into a new place and was homeless for probably 6 or 7 months, couch hopping and living in hotels until he finally moved back to DC, where he's able to spend time with his family, and now he's there. And I urge that you guys vote favorably in SB 886.
Good afternoon. My name is Timothy Lineberry. I have a speech, but you have my written statement. I spent the last couple hours discussing this issue with the green shirt people, lovely folk, a lot of them from Outback, a restaurant that I worked in, and it seems like they have a really great staff there. It seems like they have a really great environment in the single Outback that they work in Southern Maryland. And honestly, a lot of them agreed that wages need to go up. They just seem to take issue with the tipped wage. And so I think that at the end of the day, there's 2 separate issues that we're talking about with this bill. But at the end of the day, raising wages in an era in the 2020s when the price of living has skyrocketed to unbelievable levels unseen in this country, everything that goes up from the bottom is going to help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Christopher Scott. I'm going to make this very brief. I also work in the restaurant hospitality field, and at this present time, it's so hard to make ends meet. The cost of living, the medical field, and the price of food is totally skyrocketed. And I just urge that you show favor on this bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Michaels. I am a Central Region Vice President for AFSCME Maryland Council 3. I'm also proud to serve as President of AFSCME Local 1459 at UMBC. On behalf of AFSCME Maryland and workers throughout Maryland, I am here in strong support of SB 886. There are many people here testifying in support of it, so I want to focus on one point. I'm happy to see my senator, Senator Reedy, here. We both live in Carroll County, and we want our hometowns to prosper. I live in Westminster with my son. My son is 26. He works for a small construction company that does not offer health care benefits, pays very little for the industry standard, offers only 5 days of paid leave to utilize for sick or vacation, pretty much no work, no pay. There are concerns of young people not starting families. I want you to think about this. How can they start families when they cannot afford to move out on their own? Wages have not kept up with the cost of living to provide them the ability to start their own households. I thank you for your consideration and a favorable report on SB 886. Thank you.
Let's start the next panel. Actually, I only have 2 people left for favorable: Nicole Tortorello from the Public Justice Center and Nakia Redding, One Fair Wage.
Thank you again, Nicole Tortorello, Managing Attorney of the Workplace Justice Project at the Public Justice Center. I will keep this very brief, knowing we have a lot of folks here today. Public Justice Center supports all aspects of this bill. I do know your rights presentations to low-wage workers every month, and at every single presentation when we present minimum wage, we hear from them that $15 an hour is not enough to live on, and we need to increase that wage. We hear from workers who work in tipped environments that they don't receive all of their tips. One study shows that as many as 84% of restaurants have had some form of wage and hour violation. I am one of the attorneys enforcing those. I can tell you workers are not being treated fairly under the current law. We need to strengthen them. We need to pass this bill, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hi, committee. My name is Nakia Redding. I'm a tip worker in the greater Baltimore area. I'm going to start this off by saying that I've worked a bunch of tip jobs, and I have gone to apartments and got denied, not because of my credit, not because I didn't make the money, but they know that what's there this week will not be there next week, may not be there next week as a tip worker. That's just the truth. The main argument that the opposing respectful people are going to argue is that we have to raise prices. Prices are going to raise regardless. 10 years ago, an omelet at IHOP was $9.50. Today, it's $18.50. 10 years ago, the sub-minimum wage was $3.63. Today, it's $3.63. The money is going to keep coming in, and it doesn't matter that they have to raise wages. It's going to keep coming in, but we're not making more money to account for the money that the restaurant industry is making, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
I have a question. So are you still waiting tables?
Well, currently I do work at a bar that does pay minimum wage and tips on top, and it is a significant difference.
I just wondered, since prices have gone up, are people being fair and giving you 20% of the new prices, or do you think they're holding back on their tips?
No, I think that people are still tipping with the new prices.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just wondered, because it has gotten so expensive to eat out in a restaurant. I just wondered how people were handling the tip. Thank you for that. Okay, that ends the favorables.
Thank you.
We're going to start the unfavorable list. Jessica Worley, Amy Rohrer, Matthew Pipkin, Rebecca Paxton, Kelly Locklear, and James Starkey. That's 6. Let's see if we have everybody here.
Madam Chair, James Stark is not here.
Okay. How about Beth Ringgold? Okay, that should be 6.
All right.
But the chair on the end just needs to be scooted in a little bit. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start on the right, my right, your left. and go all the way down the aisle. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Pipkin here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association, also submitting joint testimony with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metro Washington. We represent the apartment communities and managers across the state of Maryland, as well as the office and buildings within Prince George's and Montgomery County. Respectfully asking for an unfavorable report. I'll keep it brief. As housing providers, we employ many entry-level positions to provide quality service to our residents. And a lot of these entry-level jobs, they come with the possibility of a career path. But quite frankly, a lot of them are at the minimum wage. And should this bill pass, I mean, you're going to see, as a result, rent increases. I mean, there's no other way to maintain the quality of service while keeping the wage. I'll leave it to the rest of my committee or panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in strong opposition to this bill. Such a drastic increase would have significant unintended consequences for businesses, workers, and consumers across the state. Many industries, particularly retail, grocery, and hospitality, operate on extremely thin margins. An increase of this magnitude would dramatically raise labor costs, forcing businesses to make difficult decisions about staffing, hours, prices, and investment. For many small and independent businesses, absorbing that level of cost simply would not be possible. I want to be clear, employers are still adjusting to the $15 an hour changes amid rising costs for energy, transportation, insurance, and supplies. So moving to $25 would represent one of the highest minimum wages in the country and place Maryland at a significant competitive disadvantage with neighboring states. We urge an unfavorable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Amy Rohrer, here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association in respectful opposition. Hospitality is a gateway industry, and we offer real pathways for advancement. More than half of hotel general managers have started in an entry-level position, and entry-level employees often receive a raise within 9 to 12 months, and about 80% are eligible for promotion in less than a year. Hotels compete aggressively for talent and have increased wages significantly in recent years, but continually raising the statutory wage floor compresses pay scales and can limit hiring opportunities for first-time workers. Hotel operating costs have grown 4 times faster than revenue over the past 5 years. We're in a soft demand market, so raising rates is difficult. That leaves us with the unfortunate options to reduce hours, automate services, or eliminate entry-level positions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jessica Worley, and I'm here on behalf of the Cecil County Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 430 businesses, primarily located in Cecil County. While the intent behind raising minimum wage is well intended, our businesses report that these increases create a damaging ripple effect. Raising minimum wage forces a revision of the entire salary scale to maintain a skilled workforce. To offset these costs, businesses are forced to either raise prices or reduce their staff. As the cost of labor exceeds the cost of automation, entry-level positions will decrease. Several of our local businesses have indicated that this bill will directly result in the closing of their business. For a border county like Cecil, the risk is even higher. When Maryland becomes too expensive, businesses relocate. This costs us jobs, drains our local economy, and reinforces the perception that Maryland is a difficult place to do business. We urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Members of the committee, my name is Rebecca Paxton from the Employment Policies Institute. Here's what actually happened when DC passed a similar law a couple of years ago. 5% of full-service restaurant and bar jobs were lost. That represents thousands of workers in the city. Servers and bartenders lost their tips. One server told the DC City Council that her average tipping percent went from 25 to 18 in 1 year. U.S. Census Bureau data shows weekly pay, including tips, dropped about $1,800 per the average employee per year. Bureau of Labor Statistics quarterly data shows in total, DC workers lost nearly $12 million. And DC didn't even make it to full elimination of its tip credit. The fallout was so bad, the city voted to undo that part of the law. This would be disastrous for Maryland, and I urge an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Beth Reingold, the President and CEO of the Greater Baltimore Chamber of Commerce, representing hundreds of businesses across Baltimore County. We respectfully oppose SB 886. Small businesses, especially restaurants, operate on extremely thin margins. We just heard that term. When government mandates rapid labor cost increases without regard to market conditions, owners are forced to reduce hours, eliminate management positions, raise prices, automate services, or close altogether. These are our neighbors and community leaders who support fair wages for their employees. In cities like Seattle, aggressive wage policies and the elimination of tip credits have dramatically increased labor costs. Reports estimate that more than 2,000 restaurants across Washington closed by mid-2025 as a result of this policy. When labor costs rise too quickly, we oppose this bill respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know it's late in the day, but Mrs. Paxton, could you just repeat those statistics a little slower about what the true effect was in DC and what the ultimate outcome was? Because there are a lot of numbers. You went through them really fast. And we have an economic challenge in Maryland with our budget and with our economy, keeping up with neighboring states and so forth. But we're talking about this today. Make sure everybody understands what happened in Washington.
Absolutely. I appreciate the question. There are a lot of numbers, so apologies for doing that really fast. So we tracked what was going on in DC, and we tracked it using Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics data. We pulled it directly from there. You may have heard about the DC Office of the Budget Director report. We ended up getting called in to talk to a lot of city council members there because that report muddled different industries, different time periods that actually had nothing to do with Initiative 82 in DC. And so that's why we tried to keep these stats directly as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So we tracked that a year and a half after the Initiative 82 went into effect, DC was down 5% of its full service restaurant and bar employment. That's a pretty big number. Usually unemployment in a good year hovers around 2.5 to 3%. That's a really big jump. And that was 5 times higher than downturns that Maryland was experiencing at the time. So DC was unique in that it wasn't just like a regional downturn. Servers and bartenders testified in DC about how they were losing their tips, how they felt like they were making less money, but the data supports that. So U.S. Census Bureau data, we took individual reports as collected by the U.S. Census Bureau and found that 2 years after Initiative 82 went into effect, those workers were making on average $1,800 less a year than they were before the law went into place. And that's the average worker. For folks who are on the lower end of the pay scale, the discrepancy was actually far bigger. They were losing about $3,400 per employee per year in the lowest 25 percentile of earners. And again, we looked at, Bureau of Labor Statistics data, they amalgamate all of that. And the estimate was after Initiative 82 had gone into place, workers had lost about $12 million in earnings.
Yeah. Thank you. Everybody's, I think, on the same page as far as the end goal. Everybody wants everybody to do better, but it's important that everybody understands the true statistics. So thank you.
Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious if there's no limit on what someone can make with tips, correct? There's no limit. And they can take as many tips as they want or as high as they want. Okay. I was curious about the stats from DC are very instructive because it's basically exactly what people predicted would happen has happened. And that was what would happen here in some fashion. Is there, on the economic side, is there any analysis that anyone's seen, and maybe you may know from, and I'm trying to remember the name of the organization, but we now have no tax on tips at the federal level. We haven't adopted that in Maryland. Unfortunately, we should. Because I think that allows for people to even have greater growth potential. Right now, if you're a tip worker, you have not unlimited growth potential because obviously there's limits to everything, but you basically don't have any limit on what you can make. Whereas if you have a wage, you're pretty much capped. You can still accept tips, but tips can be more limited. So is there any analysis on how that could impact now that there will be no tax on tips?
Well, I think the logic would say that the data across the country is that tips go down when the tipped wage goes up. And in this case, it would be going up by 600% nearly. When tips go down, that no tax on tips doesn't mean anything, because if you're not earning tips, you're not able to get that benefit. So we ourselves as an organization haven't crunched those numbers, but I think the logic is there. And there's a lot of data in a lot of different states that shows that tip earnings go down when this kind of policy goes into place.
Yeah, Beth, you're with the Greater Baltimore Committee. I mean, we're always trying to grow the economy in the Greater Baltimore area. Carroll County is part of the Greater Baltimore area. I mean, is the growth potential, if we can really lean into no tax on tips, wouldn't that really, I think that would help a lot of businesses, including a lot of your folks, correct?
I think so. I just want to correct that I'm with Greater Baltimore Chamber.
Chamber, not committee.
But thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah,
We're the little GBCC.
That's correct. That's correct. No, I knew that. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think this policy concern I would have, and I don't know if you would agree, is that it could actually have the effect of depressing revenues, depressing taxable revenues. It sounds like in D.C. they lost tax revenue over this, which is sort of strange. So anyway, thank you very much for your answers.
And Senator, Google strikes again. It's not taxed for the first 25,000.
Correct.
Okay. I love to Google. Thank you all for your testimony. We're going to bring up some more unfavorables. Melvin Thompson, Michael Halloran. They still pay Social Security, which is 7.65. Greg Brown, Megan Noller, Angela Rose. How we doing? Jay Steinmetz, I think. Is that 6? That's 6. I'm surprised people are staying. Looks like I have room for one more. Chris Owens? Is Chris Owens here? No, Chris isn't here. Paige Johnson? Okay, that's going to fill up the table. All right, let's do what we've done before. Let's start with Mike and just go right on down to Melvin. M to N. Thank you.
There you go. Murderer's row, if I ever saw one. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing NFIB in Maryland in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 886. You have my written testimony before you, including NFIB Research Center's analysis of what the bill would do in terms of the economic output as well as the jobs that would be impacted. And certainly the numbers are not good. As far as economic output, SB 886 would cost Maryland roughly $15 billion in economic output. That's basically another way of saying GDP. As far as jobs, we're talking 84,000 jobs would be the final count for SB 886. But despite that, I do want to share some good news. The good news is that small businesses are looking to hire. In fact, they've in February alone, 34% of small businesses reported that they were not only hiring people, but they were actually raising wages. That's a full percentage point higher than in January. And wrapping up, look, these things, as this committee well knows, don't happen in a silo. Whether it's the minimum wage, unemployment insurance, which is certainly another hot topic. Other liability insurances, look, there's only so much to go around from an employer standpoint. Thank you. Fair enough, man.
Good afternoon. My name is Paige Johnson, and I'm a server at Outback Steakhouse here in Annapolis. I just want to start by saying I track my tips. I make way over $25 an hour. For example, in this month of March so far, my pay is $1,340, averaging $38 an hour. For many of us, replacing that system with the flat wage wouldn't be a raise, it would actually be a pay cut. I've also experienced what a no-tip system looks like. I worked at a restaurant here in Annapolis, Rum House, that paid around $20 to $25 an hour with no tips. Because labor costs were so high, the restaurant couldn't staff enough people. Servers were doing the work of multiple positions, handling tables with over $500 checks, and still not being compensated for the level of effort we were putting in. Within my first month, there was a major staff turnover because people realized that the pay simply didn't match the workload. When this policy is meant to help servers, but the people who are hurt the most are the servers. Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Greg Brown. I'm a Maryland employer, own and operate a couple restaurants in Frederick, Maryland. If this bill were to pass, my labor costs in one restaurant would go up about $3 million. This would be passed through to our guests, which would result in an immediate 60% increase in our menu prices, likely doubling menu prices over the first 6 months due to other increases in food and beverage from our distributors, because they're going to be increasing their rates and costs too. So in short, a burger that currently costs $18 would cost close to $30 immediately, and it would ultimately land at close to $40 if this bill were to pass. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention business volume would plummet with these price increases, as very few people could afford to eat out. I would actually go one step further and suggest my businesses and the livelihoods for my employees would likely no longer be sustainable. We see more and more of this every day and every year in Maryland, and for that reason, I oppose this bill.
Just press this, or is it? My name is Jay Steinmetz. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've had multiple businesses. In 2019, I actually opposed this bill, saying it would slow growth and cause issues with people leaving the state. Well, we do have people leaving the state, and we do have very, very slow growth. But I also said there were 2 other companies in my industry that had just left. All the companies that did what I did in my industry are now gone, including my company, which when I sold it, it was slowly migrated out of the state. These are warning signs. Like, we're already in a bad situation, and I think that doubling down on ways to mandate wages, and I rarely paid minimum wage, but I have crazy stories that would prove that the things that we've done here are keeping people from being employed. And that's something, and now, like, my company's gone. So that is what I wanted to convey. Thank you. It's fine. I sold my company, but they moved it out when because they don't care as much as I do. Thank you for your time, and I oppose this bill.
Hi there. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Knoller. I'm the managing partner here at the Outback Steakhouse in Annapolis. Somebody who was for the bill. There's actually probably about 15 Outbacks here from Maryland, all representing. I started as an hourly, worked my way up, which is entry level hostessing, and I worked in 5 different counties actually in my career in Maryland. So today I have 90 people. Paige is sitting here with us. But really I'm going to talk about how this is going to really affect us, every Marylander. So the system helps maintain strong service standards. When great service is directly rewarded, employees take pride in their professionalism and hospitality. If that connection weakens, which it will because we would have to staff way less people, it becomes harder to attract and retain experienced servers who are committed to delivering that high quality guest experience. This affects every person in Maryland who chooses to spend their hard-earned money at a restaurant. We will suffer. My servers, including Paige, they value the flexibility, the schedule, and the opportunity to be highly compensated for great service. If you're not a great server, you shouldn't be serving. And for this, we do oppose it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland. We oppose this bill, and I'll be very brief because you've heard me talk about this issue for 5 years now, and we've only brought a couple of speakers here today because we understand it's a long day. But I just wanted to clarify a few things. As you've heard, eliminating the tip credit would increase labor costs for full-service restaurants about 600%. That's more than their annual profit, so it's just not sustainable. I also want to clarify that there is no sub-minimum wage for restaurant restaurant tipped employees. The employer can pay them a base wage of $3.63 an hour, but the base wage plus tips has to equal at least the full minimum wage for the work week, or the employer has to make up the difference. And so most of those employees are making way more than minimum wage, as you have heard, and that's the way they want to keep it. And I'm so glad Ms. Paxton was here to give you the real story about what happened in D.C. We don't want that happening here in Maryland, and for those reasons, I ask you to reject this bill. And I want the servers and the restaurant industry folks who are here today to oppose this bill, please raise your hands. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Well, that finishes this panel. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much. That's it. Okay. I've got 6 more, if they're here. Timothy Lowery, Paige Johnson, Kirk McCulley, Grayson Wiggins, J. Ryan Gaines, and Mikhail Godum. How do we do? Grayson, you've stuck it out all day. Okay. Can we start at this end and go right down the row, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm an operating partner and part owner of 2 local full-service restaurants here in Annapolis. I urge you to oppose SB 886. Most of what I wrote has actually been covered. I'm glad my math is right, because I actually figured 588% is how my tipped wages would go up. It would actually reflect a 34% of total revenue. It would be my labor. Everything else has been said, so I urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you. It's really important when we hear from local business people, so thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I'll be brief. The Congressional Budget Office and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics have consistently found that increases in minimum wage increase automation. They result in fewer employment opportunities, higher consumer prices, and lower economic output. So as was mentioned, the first increase in minimum wage most recently was in 2020, I believe January 1st, 2020. We just expedited that increase a couple years ago, and I believe we removed the small business on-ramp a couple years ago as well. And as I walk the halls of Annapolis now, I consistently hear concerns about increased automation, higher consumer prices, lower employment opportunities, and lower economic output. Now, I'm not saying that policy is, obviously there's multiple factors at play, but we do believe that this bill would exacerbate all of those issues, and for those reasons we're opposed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Timothy Lowery. I am a server at MGM National Harbor. I want to start off by saying that 2019 was one of the worst years of my life. Not to be too dark here, but during that year, I lost 2 jobs due to a drug addiction, and I was also homeless. The reason I bring this up is because my current server tipped wage position saved my life. This job that I acquired in December of 2019 changed my world for the better because of the current tipping system. Because I was able to earn a higher income, I was quickly able to get back on my feet and gain a new perspective on life. Though I attended college, I was unfortunate to not be able to receive a degree and obtain some 9-to-5 high-paying job of my dreams. As my fellow colleagues would agree, entering into the restaurant industry was an optimum avenue for someone in my position to still be able to increase the quality of one's life and achieve that American dream. So I pray that the current tipping system that has been in place since most of us can remember stays that way for years to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Goitham, and I have been a small business owner in Baltimore City, Maryland for the last 15 years. Today, I'm here to testify for the bill SB 0886 from the first-hand experience to oppose. This bill does not address the root cause of the cost of living crisis that is happening in here, Maryland, and across the country. Fixing the imbalance between wages and cost of living is not resolved by addressing only half of equation. We have seen a minimum wages increasing 100% from 2014 to 2024. At the same time, rent, healthcare, energy, grocery costs have exploded. Increasing minimum wage again solved nothing when those other factors are not checked. In fact, the consequence of increasing minimum wage will be hurt small businesses. The large corporations are moving to auto self-services. Any businesses they open with minimum staff. Thank you for consideration.
Last in-person testimony for
Yes,
this.
Mike is a member of mine, and he operates 3 or 4 locations. I'm not sure. Sometimes he always don't tell me. Downtown Baltimore, a very challenging area, and he works hard at it. I agree with everyone said here. My name is Kirk McCauley. I represent service stations, convenience stores, and auto repair facilities in the state of Maryland. A lot of our convenience stores, a lot of our service stations are open 24 hours a day, and they always have at least one minimum wage worker working. Sometimes during the day they'll have 5 or 6, along with managers and everything. Just in a 24-hour shift, this pay increase would cost them $240. In 365 days, it would be $87,600 for one employee to go them shifts. It's just not sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Do I have questions for this panel? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. We have Evan Avnet. Evan, can you unmute and give us your testimony?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Evan Avnet. I'm the president of the Maryland Investigators and Security Association and CEO of Tactical American Security Consulting in Salisbury. So NFIB projects 84,000 statewide job losses on this bill. Here on the Eastern Shore, it means layoffs and reduced safety at vulnerable sites. Unarmed guards currently make between 17 and 20 an hour locally. That's going to increase to about 25 an hour due to the fact that guards won't work for minimum wage. We'd have to pay them $30 an hour. Armed guards, $25 an hour plus would be $35 to $45 an hour with company taxes, sales tax, health insurance, high insurance benefits, 12 hours mandatory training, overhead. We'd be billing clients about at $60, $70 per hour. In discussing this with clients will either reduce their hours considerably or cut their security altogether, creating massive job losses and hazardous conditions for the clients without security. In Baltimore, 73.3% of security guard workers are African American. Many of those jobs will be cut. Thank you very much. We oppose this.
Thank you for your testimony. Antonio Farrar, you are our last witness for the day. If you'll unmute and give us your testimony, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate the opportunity. I'm kind of nervous, so I'm going to actually read what I need to say. We own a karate school, a small karate school in Severn, Maryland. We've been in business for about 19 years. Our employees are our students. Several of our current employees have started karate when they were 4, and they dream of becoming a karate teacher, and they grew up, and now they are. Our employees are between the ages of 15 to 21. We have 7 employees at this time. If the pay increase goes through, our business cannot stand the stress. Our annual payroll will go up about $67,000. We lost an incredible amount of students from COVID, and it's been really hard to bounce back. This would make it almost impossible for us to do so. We love our karate school. We love our students. We love our community. We are strategically placed close to Fort Meade. So even our military and others that are having our services will be definitely impacted. If we have to increase our tuition, we would probably lose even more students and wind up closing our doors. So I'm opposed to this bill. We're opposed to this bill as the way it stands right now. And I am just grateful for your for giving us a chance to testify. God bless you all, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think I'm your senator, so I really appreciate you being here and testifying with us. Do I have any questions for these two witnesses? None at all. Thank you very much for your testimony. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 886, and it ends our hearings for today.